Okay, alright. Good morning. I know this is like a really I came in super late, but I'm here. The party has now begun. Yeah, I showed up to the party. Yeah, I say that every fucking time now. My name's Marc. I'm your parasocial friend on the internet. Yes, I am. No, it's true, I am. Yeah, and I'm here to entertain the hell out of you and talk to you and get you into my chat to talk about things and all kinds of things. I want to interview you. Yes, I want to hear about you and your experiences and your troubles. Maybe I can forget about mine then. How's that? Let's focus on you today instead. Yeah, like I had said in the title there, you know, I have been thinking about, Satan is a real, he's a trickster, man. Oh man, and he works through people to try and just destroy you. He'll do anything he can, and he'll work through anyone he wants to. Yeah, doesn't matter who. It could be your parents, it could be your siblings, it could be, people who say they love you, down to your friends that you trust. Yeah, he'll use whoever he can get in there to use. And, if he can get in, he will, and he'll use them. And he plays a long game, man. I've been thinking about it, and, the events that have led me up to where I am right now. And I'm like, wow, no, he's been playing the long game with me. Yeah, when I think about it, for sure. It's, leading me into one trap after another trap after another trap. You know what I mean? That's sort of the thing. Let me know if this music is too loud. It looks like it is. Let me turn it down a little bit and see. Whoa, wrong way. Let's bring it down to about here. Or maybe, yeah, let's try 11. Yeah, if you get a chance to pop in here, let me know. You know what I can do is I'll do a quick little thing and find out. Okay, I gotta go like this to do it though. Okay, and then thing and find out. Okay, I gotta go like this to do it though. Well, that's not too bad. I'd say it could come down a little bit more than that in volume. I think so anyways. Let's take it down to about, I don't know, 10%, 9%. Take it down to 9%. I think that's a good level, yeah, to have something playing in the background. So yeah, man, the amount of tricks that this damn demon has pulled on me in my life is just, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's like a web of things, like a total plan. Like this thing had a plan from the beginning, and he worked on me and worked on me and worked on me, and it's just, I was thinking about it today, just maybe realize how deep it goes. Why me? I don't think there's anything special about me. But that's just me, right? I don't know. Like, you may not think there's anything special about you, and you're getting hit hard all the time, right? I don't know. Maybe there's something special about you. I really don't know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I've heard people say, the bigger the attacks, the bigger, the bigger the anointing. I don't even really know what that means. Not really. I mean, it sounds like something that makes sense. It makes you feel like you're, it's all worth it. Maybe there's something good about you, and when the devil's been lying to you and telling you that there's not. It sounds nice to the ears, but I don't really know what that means exactly. Like here, it's just for the hell of it, better to look it up. Whoa, Not that stupid thing. I accidentally clicked on something I didn't mean to click on. Okay, hang on. Just gonna get this window where I can see what's up. Okay, let me look here. What does anointed mean? What does anointed actually mean in the Bible? In the Bible, anointed means to pour or rub sacred oil on a person or object to set them apart for a divine purpose. Okay. So, it means that you've been set apart for a divine purpose. So, I guess that's what that means. Well then, of course, he's going to feel like, you know, right away that makes you feel like it's all worth it, right? Like, I want to be part of God's bigger plan, for sure. It's any way that I can come up against Satan, I'm all for. I hate that son of a bitch. I do, I hate him. If I could just, you know, like I was given authority to stomp on his head, I have been, you know, but I'd like to do a lot more because he keeps coming back. Yeah, it's like you bat him away and all of a sudden he's there again, you know. He's like right there, no one's looking, you turn your head and he's there again. It's just like a dirty little cockroach, you know. You're not looking, it runs up and shits in your food and runs away. It's like, yeah, he's like that. But I mean, he's done some nasty things, man. He's been such a trickster in my life in the past bunch of years, you know what I mean? For sure. I've seen him work through friends of mine, you know, who would swear up and down they were my friends and that they quote unquote love me and all the things. I've seen him work through them. Yeah, I've seen what he can do, you know. Not too long ago, you know, it's like I put this shirt on right here. My friend's band Killing there. They don't even talk to me anymore. Yeah, I had somebody, person A had me convinced that person B was dangerous, and I ended up I got me so paranoid I stopped hanging around with person B. And in fact, anytime I would hang out with any of my friends, I'd say, hey, you know, if person B is gonna be around, I don't want to be around there. I don't want to come over, you know. And then why? And so I, you know, confide and explain it, right? Well, person A basically tricked me into spreading rumors and gossip and smear campaigning person B. Just tricking, just total trickster. You know, like that's what Satan did. Come in, tricked somebody into that whole thing that got me going. And then what does that do? Well, now that's witchcraft. So, you know, it's like tricked into a trap. Trick into trap after snare after trap. Yeah. It's just, we're that easy to fool. It's like literally like that. What is that, right? Yeah. It's it never stops. And I find if I'm not praying against it, praying for protection a couple times a day, you know, it's in there. It gets in there and does a thing. Usually it'll come into your mind, confuse you, work you up, yeah, make you think things, you know, putting ideas in there to upset you or to get you whatever it is, right? So that's what Satan does. He attacks your mind, right? Yeah, and he attacks you through people around you as well. But I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like And then getting tricked into doing all that, into spreading gossip just because I'm trying to look out for myself, right? Then I got to reap the punishment of that, right? So now it comes back at me. It's just like it never ends. He's that tricky. He's that tricky. You don't even know it. He just walks you right into a trap, just like that, and you wouldn't know. Yeah. You gotta be right on it all the time. Constantly have to be on it. Sometimes, something gets inside you and starts messing with you, and you gotta call it up and out of you. It's like it doesn't end. This is a fight that goes on till you're dead. Yeah. The second you think everything's cool and you can relax, that's when he comes in. Yeah. It's just, there is no relaxing. There is no everything is okay now. It's never okay now. It's always you're in a war zone. It's like that whole question. It's like, why does God allow evil? No. The question is, where do you think you are? Yeah, I mean, you're literally born into a war zone, bro. And the fight starts right away. Right away it starts. If you're a kid, then, he'll trick others into harming you. As a kid, you know what I mean? Straight up, it doesn't matter. He'll attack everyone. Yeah. For sure. How do I feel about this? I am frustrated. I feel vengeful towards Satan. Like I want to hurt him. I want him to never even think about, looking into my face again. You know what I mean? When something is hurting you all the time, you want to teach it a lesson. You want to cause it pain, as much pain as possible, so that it becomes afraid of you and never comes near you again. If I could do that, I would. If there was some way to cause extreme amounts of pain to Lucifer, I would cause as much pain as possible. Yeah, I would make sure he doesn't come anywhere near me or anyone that I love again. It almost feels like prayer, warfare praying ain't enough. I feel like I need to choke him. Yeah, I do. So what do I do with that? What do you do with thoughts and emotions and feelings of vengeance towards the devil? I don't know. All I can do is just say, Jesus, just take it. You have it. You have all my anger towards this creature. You take it. You have it, because I don't know what to do with it. So Christ, you take it. You deal with it. You take my anger. Take my feelings of thoughts of vengeance towards Satan, and you have it. You hold it. Yeah, because I'm just a person. I can't do anything without you, Christ. So you do it. Yeah, I'm putting it in your hands. That's all I can do, really. I put my future in your hands. I put everything, all my worries, all my frustrations, all my confusion. It's, I'm putting it in your hands, God. You take care of it. That's all I can do. That's the truth. Yeah. Because, I'm just a person. The Lord has given me authority to stomp on the heads of snakes and scorpions. But I don't think that includes what I would like to do to Satan. Yeah. If it does, then it does, and I don't know. You gotta understand, even though I'm a devout Christian, I'm not perfect. I'm rough around the edges. I don't know my Bible inside and out, because I'm still I'm still learning. I'm still struggling. I'm just like everybody else. You know what I mean? 100%. It's just the way it goes. And the battle is real, and the battle is always. And it's every day of your life. And it goes on until you're dead, this battle. And you can't stop. You can't surrender. You can't give in. If you do, you'll find out real fast. And you'll come back out of it if you're smart. But it's not, it doesn't just end all of a sudden. That's what I found out. Yeah. For sure. But yeah, he'll play a long game with you, man. For sure. Yeah. The tricks aren't just surface level. They're the beginning to a whole thing. Yeah. And it's a lot of it is to get you alone, confused, maybe even afraid, or something. With no support system around you, like that's the idea. If he can get you into a place where he can win the game, he can win the game. But again, it's like when you give your life to Jesus Christ of Nazareth, no weapon formed against you will prosper. They'll form, and you'll get hit, but it won't prosper. And these things happened before that I spoke of there, before I quit, before I quit smoking weed, before I quit vaping and gooning and all that, and before I started warfare praying. So for these weapons to hit now, it's a lot different now than it was back then. Back then I was like, I was open to the attack. You know what I mean? Yeah, there was nothing protecting me really. Not back then, no. Not fully anyways, not enough. Not like it is now. Yeah. But he will do a long, again, I keep coming back to it, and I don't know exactly what I want to say about it, but he's playing the long game. Yeah. And that's what a narcissistic person does. When they're trying to take you out, they play the long game. Yeah. And they work on you. They set you up. And, we represent you as something you're not in order to get you excommunicated and, isolated, right? Yeah. It's a long game. So the attacks that you experience now, are meant have something to do with years into your future. It's like a setup that starts at one point and works its way through. And I believe he sets us up right from when we're young. He gets you on the path that he needs you on, for sure. I think he's a real prick. And I'm going to rejoice when it comes time to watch him get burnt. I am. For all the pain he's caused me and my friends and my family, and yeah, Satan's gonna get his, man. He's gonna get his, and it's gonna be dirty. Yeah, for sure. There's no punishment that's too great, for him. Yeah. For sure. Like if his whole point was to make us people hate him, well, he won. He's got exactly what he asked for, and he's gonna get it. Because this war is won already a long time ago. Jesus Christ won that war when he died and took the full wrath of God on that cross. He won the war. So Satan right now is just kind of going around picking people off and trying to pull them into hell with him. But he knows what's coming. Boy, it's coming. You watch it, lizard. Yeah. And I will rejoice. Don't do a bunch of shit like that to me or to anyone and not get hurt in the way that you're gonna get hurt. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and for the people, you know, that he's tricked into, you know, tricking me into walking into snares and traps and that, I forgive them. They're just people. Yeah, they're just being puppeted around by, you know, by Lucifer and other demons. That's all it is. They're just being puppets. They don't know. No. Even if they've heard it, they don't really know what's going on. It doesn't seem like anything but their own ideas. But that's how he works, man. He puts those ideas into your head. He'll speak it into your mind. Yeah. Before you know it, man. Yeah, so it's like, it's not good, man. It's not good at all. No. I hate that lizard. Yeah, with everything in me. Can't stand him, man. Yeah. So what are we gonna do today? Because I need to, like, take my mind off of all this now. Unless you've got a story and you want to pop in here and talk to me about it, I'd love to hear it. 100%. Otherwise, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up some fun tools. I'm going to work on this game a little bit. Yeah. Just for something fun to do. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it'll raise my spirits a little bit. It needs to happen. Yeah, man, I've got people that sit and hate watch me. And they clip little things that I say. People that I know, not just randoms on the internet. People that I know that are trying to keep an illusion going. An illusion that they have created that I'm spiraling or out of control or crazy or gonna hurt myself or some bullshit. Yeah. So when I put up titles like this, it just draws them in. And then I tell them about themselves like I just did. I'm sure they didn't like that very much. But it is what it is, you know? You asked for it. Probably. Oh boy. What in the world is this thing doing? Okay, no, it's alright. I was like, what? This thing's tripping balls. Okay, hang on a minute. I need to do something here. I need to make some adjustments so I can make this work. Put that like that. Can I shrink it up some more? Oh yeah, I can. So let's see here. So I decided that I'm just going to have a playlist of my own music playing all the time. That way I don't get any crazy copyright bullshit. Yeah, because otherwise that's what happens. They get crazy ass copyright bullshit. I keep getting copywritten by a company called Songcast. They keep trying to copyright my music. They're saying, you owe us money because that's ours. And it's like, no, it's not. No, it's not at all. Like, you want to say that again? You know what I mean? You want to try that again? Yeah. Hang on a minute. If I do it like this, it should be okay. There. Okay. So yeah. Lip smacker. Well, I'm at work and don't have a lot of time. I was going to say I've been doing some research and I think you need to do this. Set up a brand new channel. Only do live streaming of guitar freestyle, etc. As it's a new channel, YouTube will push it more than this one. Yeah? Just create a YouTube channel for like each thing that I do in life. One just for like playing guitar, one for game dev, one for like, yeah, I don't know. I know what you mean though. I think that's just, it seems to be the problem with YouTube. I think I just can't figure shit out. Better chance of engagement, and I keep seeing these guitarists that are okay, but I've seen your solos, mate. I want you to give it a go, but I know you love making games like I develop constantly. Yeah? Yeah, it's here's the thing, is like, if it's just about blowing up, then, you know, then I would like do the thing, right? Which is whatever YouTube says it wants from me, right? But the thing is that I'm selling myself, not a niche, right? It just so happens that I do things, and I share my life with you guys, right? And I do a lot of things. I just do a lot of things. I just multi-interests, and you know, some people call them talents. I just interests, right? Definitely don't sell yourself for the socials, right? Yeah, and so it's like, and because I do a bunch of stuff, YouTube doesn't understand, you know, that a person's life is more than one thing that happens in it, right? And so if I'm selling myself as a parasocial friend, which I am, right? And so I ended up on here. I don't know how people don't have multiple interests, right? Yeah, like, and YouTube doesn't know what to do with it because it's, I don't know, I think it's stupid. It's a stupid, well, it's an algorithm, I guess. It's probably just all automated. And it doesn't understand people. It just understands like, oh, that's sewing. Oh, that's knitting. Oh, that's, you know. But the thing is like, if you go and you look at these channels, they're doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. And only that thing. Right? Hey, coward. People be treating YouTube like an abusive girlfriend. It's a pain managing in multiple interests, even just the socials or websites, right? And trying to work full time is hard. I can imagine, bro. Yeah, YouTube is only an algo that only cares about stats. Yeah, and it's like, it's retarded. It's like this. If I took a camera and went out every day to do my regular day or a day, and I go here, I go there, YouTube would just be like trying to say, oh, you went to the store, you know, this is your niche. Oh no, it's not, you, because you went over here and you bought running shoes. Now you're, you know, or you went swimming. Swimming is your niche. Oh no, oh you're talking to some family. Family's your niche. Oh, right? It just keeps going. It doesn't know what to do, right? Maybe if I stop being nice to her, then things will go back to the way they were before. Exactly, right? Yeah, it's, the truth is it doesn't know. Even though I've talked to like AI and you know, YouTube AI, and said, look, I'm a person, I'm selling myself as a parasocial friend, I do things, you know, I'm not just someone that sits there and goes, hi, you know what I mean? I mean, like, I got a life and I share it with people and I do lots of things in my life. It doesn't understand it. It doesn't get it. And so imagine what it's doing to people. It's making them do the same video over and over and over and over again. Mark, I've been getting back into playing Arc Ascend. Oh, really? And I was wondering if you are in creating mod content. Never tried it yet. With what you've done on games, I reckon you can sell it in your content. Never thought of that, actually. They're the worst. Maybe if I make a new channel and only do one thing, then YouTube will be nice to me. Exactly. I once saw a couple spending hours walking around a stepladder. I watched a few seconds, but they're a couple LOL. Right? It's like you do a thing, all of a sudden you get a bunch of numbers pop up beside a heart or beside a thumbs up, and then beside the word views you get a bunch of numbers, and beside the word subscribers you get a bunch of numbers, and you get elated and you go, oh my god, I'm famous, I must be adored and loved by millions, I'm a rock star, I'm a fucking I'm a god, or something, right? It's I have worshippers, and so I must do the same thing again and again. Oh no, the numbers aren't the same as the last time. Wow, look at the numbers, they went up bigger than last time. I must repeat the thing I did this time. It's just like, why are you even doing it every day? Like, why are you repeating it and repeating it? And why do you need to see those numbers? It's like, it's because YouTube is tricking you into thinking that you're garbage unless those numbers are happening. Like, anytime that I've gone into YouTube Studio to work on my channel, or to maintain things and that, it constantly tells me that I'm doing horrible. And it attacks you on a personal, level, and your self-worth, on your, where you are in the social hierarchy. It makes you compare yourself to other people and their numbers and things. It's a lie. It's the devil. It is. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? It is. So I mean. And what is it doing? It's manipulating us into creating something that they can put commercials on and sell products to people. That's what it's doing. This is the problem with society, people molding their lives over social media. Yeah, because the problem with society is right now, well, there's a lot, but it's the devil working, and the devil gets into people and says, hey, you can make lots of money, just manipulate the masses, and then they create a thing and they manipulate people. It's just another way to control people and make money. You're on this spot on. Yeah, exactly. I keep asking myself, every day, why am I getting up and coming on here and doing this? I don't want to be famous. I don't need that, and for what? You know what I mean? Famous for what? Like, okay, look, it's like this. If I'm playing in a band, then you want the band to be popular so that your business, explodes, because that's what it is. It's a business, right? If you think you're a rock god, then you need psychological help. And that if you got a guy in the band that's acting like that, you got a problem, It's not professional to be like that, or act like that. So what kind of fame am I going to get from social media? You know what I mean? Like, it's all about envy and being popular, or being in the top of the social hierarchy, or getting clout, or just having the illusion that people are worshiping you. You know what I mean? And you're all the talk around the town and stuff like that. It's like you may get to a certain place like that, and but then what happens later is you get taken down off your pedestal and usually destroyed publicly shamed. Yeah. I'm in, so why do I do this? Because I want to be part of God's bigger plan. Like, it's going to be a little, whatever he gets me to do is going to be small. I'm one person. I'm not going to change the world, right? But I may talk to one person. And, if I'm creating a space where God can say, hey, say this to this person right now, I'll put it in your head. then that's good enough. Just one person. One person is a huge thing. Not really. I'm not doing anything special, I don't think. But thank you. But no, all the glory is to Christ. I want to do whatever he wants me to do because it's about him, He said helping one person in your lifetime is huge. Yeah, because you're one person, right? You have feelings, you have hopes, you have dreams, you have pain, you have suffering. You cry sometimes you're really sad and you're lonely. Sometimes, you're joyful and maybe you have no one to sometimes you have no one to celebrate that with, or sometimes you do, but it's all about, it's like one person is a huge thing, alongside as it's Christ and not this new age Judeo-Christianity which is being hijacked by lunatics. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that the devil's doing right now to trick everyone. He's doing a terribly good job at tricking everyone. We're in a war zone, man. And like I said, I'm not going to be changing the world, just me. I don't need any fame or recognition in that way because I'm a professional musician. I understand that that's a sickness, and because that's how I was taught, right? And so that's also why I see it in the way that I do see it here on social media. It's quite obvious. It's something that, it's just obvious, right? From where I come from. So as far as what do I want out of it, I don't know. I don't think there's anything that it can offer me, except for an opportunity to also, for me to talk to people for my own, need. I like to meet people. I genuinely am interested in their lives and what their experiences are, and I feel for them, and I also, learn from their stories and their mistakes, and I put myself in their shoes and live vicariously through their experiences. It's just the way it is, right? And so I like that. I enjoy talking to people, and this gives me an opportunity to meet people. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, for sure. And if God can take advantage of those opportunities to even say like 3 sentences that he needs someone to hear, well then maybe I did something, gave back to God for all of what he's done for me, right? Because Christ is keeping me safe, and alive during this whole war that we're in, right? It's I'd do anything for him just like he'd do anything for us, It's time for that. It's enough of me guessing what I need to do, and enough of me doing things for myself. Yeah, right? It is. It's terribly a crazy war, bro. Yeah, we were literally spawned into a war zone. Yeah, straight up. And yeah, that's basically it. So I mean, as far as blowing up goes or whatever, I don't need it. YouTube tells me I do, and then I start to think that I do, and I feel like, a failure. And it only happens for a little while until I realize what's going on, and I shake my head from it. But I mean, it's just part of the devil just lying to me. just getting in my head, telling me shit that ain't true, just to try and trick me into falling into another snare or a trap, you know? And so yeah, that's just the way it is. Good, glad you've realized. A lot of people are still stuck in it. Yeah, we all kind of are. And, you know, I come in and out of it because, like, the trick is so convincing and it's so sneaky, and before you even know it, you've been tricked again. It's like, it's almost like it's just literally sneaks up on you, creeps up behind you and pulls your hair, you know what I mean? And then runs away. And you're like, what the fuck was that? You know? That's what it's like. He's dirty. You know? It's like that cockroach that sits and watches you and while you're making food, and you're looking everywhere on the counters and make sure nothing's going to run up into your food, and you're watching attentively, and then you turn your back for a second, it runs up, it lays eggs in your food and runs away. You know? That's the devil. That's what he's like. And he's always watching. He's always there, always watching. When you think he's not watching and you feel relaxed, that's when he's really watching. Yeah. Yo, Mark, I saw this, something that gave me the chills. It's a free documentary on YouTube called 411 Missing. Really? No way. Is it about, like, missing children or something? It sounds like it would be something like that. Watch it and tell me if they are evil spirits lurking around U.S. national parks. Oh, you know what? Definitely, dude. There's evil spirits lurking around everywhere. I'm sure of it. What do you think? Like, I think there are. I think they're everywhere. Evil spirits, also known as the Gates family. Like Bill Gates? Is that what you mean? I'm gonna try and do something different here. Gates is pure evil. Bill Gates. Bill Gates, is that the guy who wants us to eat bugs and shit like that? Man, I really, yeah, I'm starting, look, either it's a smear campaign and it's tricking me into hating the guy, or it's literally, you know, exactly what we think it is, and I'm just really starting to see him as something that shouldn't even be on this planet right now. You know? Gates in his conversations with Epstein about starting COVID and similar world events, they only care about control and experiments. Mr. Microsoft, Bill Gates, I think he is evil. He started out as normal devs, good, but evil got to him. You gotta think too, eh? It's like, doesn't he work in Silicon Valley? And those guys are like microdosing LSD and mushrooms and shit like that, right? And I thought about that before. I was like, yeah, that's smart. That would give you insight and, you know, maybe, you know, do something positive for your brain. But now I understand it as it's simply opening doors, like opening doors to demonic entities, and that changes the whole thing. Missing persons and murder mysteries are uniquely American phenomenon. I think it's a psyop to explain away how our population gets regularly kidnapped. These wealthy people are linked to cults. Oh yeah. I believe it. Yeah, and I have done tons of LSD and shrooms, and I can't imagine doing dev with it. Opening up your reality to another world, it can be scary. There is a lot of psyop in America. Is unbelievable. LOL. I've like microdosed mushrooms before. I was trying to come back from something that I thought was like PTSD. I was trying to bring back memories that I had locked away, you know, of traumas and stuff like that. And the one thing that I noticed that would happen is the whole time that I was microdosing, and that meant like I would get up, don't ever do it, it's not good for you, And I would get up in the morning and I would take the smallest amount of mushrooms and I would chop it up and I would put it into a spoon, and then I would put it in boiling water, and then I would take the meat like out of the boiling water and throw it away because it can give you cramps, right? And I would drink just the liquid, and I would do it a couple times a day. And the one thing I couldn't do while I was on it was I couldn't daydream. I couldn't create anything in my mind. Like before, usually it's like I'll sit and daydream and I'll create ideas and and visuals and stuff. I couldn't when I was on it. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, that was one weird thing. America is the new Rome. What's this message is held for review? Oh, show. America is the new Rome. We're full paganism. Yeah, dude, it's none of this is any good that we're going through right now. Hey, this is like so bad. Yeah, it is so bad. I don't know how it's gonna turn out, but I mean, I do, because the war has been won. Christ won that war when he took the full wrath of God on that cross. It's true, like the people that were murdering him on there and crucifying him, like they were rejoicing, thinking that they have won, but the thing is that they were taking part in their own downfall. By facilitating that, they'd lost the war. Yeah, that whole thing just, Christ defeated hell, he defeated death, it's like, and so I mean, we know how it's going to turn out, but I don't know what that's going to what all of our experiences are going to look like, I'm not really happy about how everyone is allowing Israel to continue bombing Christian churches. It's ridiculous. Well, for most Americans, Jesus is the name of their pagan deity, who they make offerings, promises, and promises to in return do for favors. Yeah, because they're not presenting Christ and the gospel to them correctly. I don't think so, because if they're being misled into not understanding, what their role is in all of this, then they've been tricked. They've been misinformed, right? Which means Satan is working through people to misinform them, and that means, whoever that is, specifically, Trump thinks he is the Messiah. Well, that's pretty crazy when you think about it, don't you? Because it's like, we know how Christ is going to show up again. Whoops, ouch. We know what it's going to look like, right? Yet he thinks he's already that, but none of those events took place. You know what I mean? If he thinks he is, then Satan's lying to him. Satan's lying to him anyways. Straight up. What we need to do is we need to pray for our enemies. That's a good example. There we go. Yes, thank you, Jesus. We need to pray for Trump. Yeah, we need to pray for our world leaders who are carrying out Satan's work. Because that's how we get Satan. That's how we punch him in the nuts. Yeah, we loosen up the grip that it has on our world leaders. We foil its plans. That's where we should be warfare praying against our enemies like that, especially those ones. They got too much pull. It's amazing how many people experience doubt in their faith just because God didn't do what they asked or wanted. It takes about 10 minutes of reading any book in the Bible to let go of that delusion. Yeah. Well, here, and then you got Satan coming in there, whispering into their mind all of these things, People don't just get these ideas out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's on purpose. Anytime I've ever had any kind of confused or angry or whatever thought, it's all Satan coming in and setting me up for some sort of snare to walk into. We all need to get back to caring and loving thy neighbor. Media is always pushing hatred and division in society. The UK is pretty fucked at the moment. You know what? It's true, like, because it's what we've been rewarded to do online. That's why, to do evil. If you do evil, you can be worshipped, right? Yeah, that's basically it. We'll offer you, a bunch of people worshiping you. You just have to carry out all this evil shit on here. That means you have to, set people up for a downfall, get them to walk into a snare, film them, catch them, clip things they say, reframe it, and publicly shame them, and you'll get rewarded. People will watch your channel. People will notice you, But it's like witchcraft, so it all comes back to the payment, All those demons come right back. The ones that you send out when you're doing witchcraft like that, it is witchcraft, by the way. They all come right back for payment threefold, and they do it to you. So people go for a downfall afterwards. You're saying we all need to go back to something that has never existed, not yet. It's true. Yeah, you're right. It just seems like, it's like every time something nasty happens, you remember a moment that wasn't nasty just before that nasty started. Almost like a pinpoint of, okay, the nasty started here, which means that it wasn't nasty a moment before that. You need to go back to that moment before that where nasty didn't start. That's why, But you're right, though. It's never been good, really. Not really, Now here's the thing, though. When that Antichrist hits the world stage, that's going to be his whole shtick. Is that he's going to offer a counterfeit of peace. I need to get back to work, but we'll try tune in again shortly. That sounds good, Left Smacker. Right on, man. I love you too, buddy. I'll catch you later. Yeah, the Antichrist. He's going to come in and he's going to give peace and all that stuff, and it's going to seem amazing. Oh, you take care too, buddy. It's going to seem amazing, right? And it's all counterfeit. And so, which is crazy. That whole idea that it's even that is even going to happen. It's true, and it's terrible. It's crazy that in a way that it's just going to be really, really, it's going to go really, really bad for a while. Yeah. And it's going to be hard to not fall for it. You know what I mean? It's going to be hard to not fall for it. Yeah. It's already happening. Do you think he's here now? Because he has to basically take over. Like he's going to take over, like, of our, the government, our world leaders. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Have you seen that already? I believe you if you've had. Do you think he's showing up? Yeah, because this is just brutal. It's gonna go down. Like really brutal. I like this song. It's got a nice feel to the chorus. It's crazy, it's like anytime I've ever done anything I've ever created, I've had Satan working through people to shut it down, to try and make it look like it's bad work. You know, like my art isn't any good, you know, or my songs aren't any good, or, you know, and then when I'm not thinking about it and I actually go and I look at what I've done, I'm like, that's when I realize, I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't bad. This actually sounds pretty good, actually, now that I'm not looking at it through the eyes of, you know, the eyes of the Antichrist. Right there, it actually says it right in the sentences. I looked it up. It depends on if you believe in a singular or multiplicity of Antichrist. I think the idea of a singular Antichrist that's permanently in the future was made by the Catholic Church. Really? What about like in Revelations? Because if there's just one Antichrist and he's always in the future, then surely the Catholic Church is an Antichrist. Maybe there's like, maybe it's like this. There's that, and then there's, you know, maybe a actual person that's supposed to enter the world stage as well and do a certain task, you know what I mean, as well as there's all these little micro you know, realities of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, it's hard to explain. It's like saying, you know, everybody, you know, that's a hero is, you know, there's heroes everywhere, right? People who save people's lives, you know, they're like Superman, you know, Superman. And then Superman does show up one day, actual Superman. You know what I mean? It's like, it's, you see what I mean? So, like that, except not Superman. I mean, like the Antichrist, right? Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe you can help me try and understand what I'm saying, or help me to understand what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. Help me make my point so that way I can understand what I'm trying to say. Peter, that's the one thing I liked about Jordan Peterson. If someone was trying to make a point, he'd help them make the point. He'd help them organize their thoughts so that he could actually say what they're saying and understand it. And then the other person knew that now, you know, Peterson understood what he was trying to get at, and it would bring things into clarity, and then they would discuss anything that, you know, he had to say about it. It was like such a great way to have a conversation about things. Yeah, I find you've done that before with me, like when it comes to the Bible and that. And I really appreciate that, because it helps. It's really helpful. It, you know, it makes for a really rich and beautiful conversation. And, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm always like, yeah, somebody help me make my point, because I don't know what I'm saying, but I have an idea as to what I'm saying. Yeah. There's a final Antichrist in Revelation. We can expect a lot more than just that one before then. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there's so much, right? Like, so much of the other stuff too prior to that. So I mean, yeah, we could look at it as more than one Antichrist. So what would we even call the Antichrist, the final Antichrist in Revelations? Like, so that way it's like definitive, you know what I mean? What would you even call it? If that even makes sense, what I'm saying. Oh, brush size got huge. Just take that down to a 2. There. And let's take down the brush strength. 0.01014. Let's try that out. Whoa. 0.014. That's better. It just jumped up like fucking all over the place. Man. Yeah. I was talking about on here earlier, before you got here, I was saying that, I was thinking back as to, where I am, why I am where I am right now, and the snares that I had fallen into, and I realized that Satan was playing a long game with me. Still is. It's not just a quick attack. It's a setup that's taken him a long time to set up and a long time to execute. He plays a long game. Surprisingly, he's, that shows that he's got some sort of patience. Antichrist works is what to call it. But I also think it's generally a mistake to elevate the importance of him. Jesus says the last will be first and the first will be last. What does that mean? The last will be first and the first will be last. Whoa. When I hear that, I just think like, okay, time doesn't make sense anymore. You know what I mean? It's in Matthew 20. It's very like, it sounds so much like a riddle. Whoops. It's like, what does that mean? Yeah, it makes me wonder. My bad, Matthew 19. My bad. Shame on you. No. What is that, eh? I was kidding. That's great. Yeah. I wonder what that means. Do you know what that might mean? He's talking about status. The last will be first and the first will be last. The final Antichrist works is what to call it, but I think it's generally a mistake to elevate the importance. So the last Antichrist will be the first and the first will be the last. Oh, then Satan. Because Satan was the first Antichrist, am I right? Does that just means that it's going to be Satan? But we already know about that. I don't know. There's a lot that means other than that. Really. Another example of that is how Jesus says the way you treat the worst, most rotten person, it's the same way you treated him. Wait, he says the way you treat the worst, most rotten person is the same way you treated Jesus? It's like almost like the, it's almost like the thing where it's like, it's if there's somebody in need, hungry, and you don't feed them or clothe them, it's like like you didn't feed or clothe Jesus either. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that, right? Yeah, I wish I could do more for Christ. I just don't, I've got a small set of skills, and it's like, that's why I'm like, hey, well, here, these are my skills, use them, like, I just think that if my interests draw in other people, then they can be useful in that way, to have these conversations with other people to listen to, right? As you did it to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it to me. You did it? As you did it to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it to me. So it's like, you treat anybody terribly, it's like you're treating Christ terribly. Now what about hating Satan and wishing ill upon him? Is that also, is that also bad? Or is it, not bad? I'm wondering, like, how far does it go? Are we supposed to forgive Satan? You know what I mean? Like, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Because I've been hating these demons. Like, I've been wishing ill upon them, because they're my enemies as far as I'm concerned. And, right? But what if that's wrong and I don't know, so I'm asking, Am I supposed to be showing forgiveness to them? That's a question I never really asked. Yeah. Because, like, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I feel very vengeful towards Satan. Like, I want to cause him harm. You know what I mean? Because it's an active enemy. But I mean, if that's just itself, going to make me feel rotten, then that's part of the trick too, I don't know. I think these songs sound better on headphones. Just because there's so much going on in each speaker. It's very warm sounding. I'm actually surprised that the mix came out. I remember mixing these on crappy speakers. That question gets answered differently among denominations. Usually an outright hatred is discouraged as a waste of emotion and an open door to idolatry. Huh. What would Christ want? Would he want us to, like, have understanding and, and say, it's unfortunate that that this happened, and to Lucifer and the fallen angels? Or are we supposed to see them as something putrid and that we need to have righteous anger towards. Does that make sense? It's like any anger I have towards the enemy, I always have to give it up to God, because otherwise I don't know what else to do with it. You know? If I got stuff like that, I say, you take it. God, you take it. I don't know what to do with it. You know how I feel, Lord. You take it. You deal with it. You know? The position I get to is off of the same assumption as you that Satan... Wait, hang on a second. The position I get to... I'm thinking while I'm reading it because I'm trying to soak all this up. Okay, say it out and then let's think about what I said. Okay, the position I get to is off of the same assumption as you that Satan is the enemy. Same assumption as you. Okay, off of the same assumption as you that Satan is the enemy. His hatred of God came because he hates man and desires sovereignty. So I think Satan is my enemy. Jesus tells us to pray for our enemies, so I pray even for Satan. Well, here's the thing is, like, I'm thinking praying for my enemy, my human enemies, because the real enemies are the dark entity, like the dark principalities, right? So it's like praying against the dark principalities for my fellow, you know, brother and sister who is being puppeted and acting in the world against me as my enemy, right? So it's like people enemy. I pray for their salvation, and because you see what I mean. It's like, and the actual evil entity is what I'm hitting, sort of thing, right? Because if you're praying for the dark principalities, I mean, you're one step closer to praying to them, or praying or loving them, and you know, it's like, and idolizing and stuff like that. It's like it's something that's putrid, that's destroying your soul, mankind, people, the people around you, you know, attacking even Christ. I don't see that as something that I don't think, look, if Christ wants us to forgive them, then why is he throwing them in the pit forever and not forgiving them himself? Is what I'm thinking, right? That's the conclusion I came to. If Christ himself doesn't want to forgive them, why would he want us to? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But he'll want us to forgive the people, his children, right? But if he wants us to forgive all these demons and Satan himself, then why is he not forgiving them later? He's not forgiving them. He's locking them away in hell forever. Yeah, and that's why I've come to that conclusion so far. I mean, it makes sense to me. You know what I mean? If you're to follow, you know, what Christ is doing, if I'm watching my parent going, okay, well, my parent's doing this, and that's probably the right thing to do. But if that's not the case, you know, I do want to know, right? I mean, are we supposed to, you know, yeah, I don't, otherwise, yeah, I'm not really sure. What does Christ want us to do in that case? Does he want us to ask him to pray, or ask him to forgive Satan and the fallen angels? Is that what he wants? Is that the whole thing where you will judge angels? You'll be judging angels? You know what I mean? I don't remember where that is. I just remember that being in scripture somewhere. I remember it being in Old English too, so I don't really know how to say it. But I mean, it, you know, it's like, it just seems like it's too easy to open the door to having love for the very thing that you're not supposed to be loving. You know what I mean? It's the enemy, right? Now, again, people being your enemy it makes sense that you shouldn't, you shouldn't be hating on them, because that's different. It's God's children. Like He forgave us. He forgave everybody, and if we don't forgive everybody, He's not going to forgive us too, right? But He didn't die on the cross for Satan's salvation or the fallen angel's salvation. You know what I mean? He didn't, did He? No. So that's why it doesn't make sense that that we're supposed to, like that would be like saying that we're better than Christ or something. Like, look how forgiving we are. We're more forgiving than Christ. We even forgive the fallen angels. It doesn't make sense. I'm not trying to change your mind about this because Scripture doesn't declare it important, but I find it to be a perfectly defensible position. Maybe, but again, it's like I said, that's all. That is like saying that, look at me, I'm more forgiving than Christ, right? In a way, it's like saying I can forgive the fallen angels, but He can't. Look how much, but you're right. It doesn't make sense. I mean, now, why would He want us to be like that? I don't know. Are we to be judging those angels in the future, and we're supposed to offer them salvation when it comes down to Judgment Day? Christ did visit hell, and He even went as far as to tell us to make a friend of another demon, Mammon, so that even Mammon will be forced to submit to God. Well, what does He have planned for Lucifer and the fallen angels? What has He got planned for them? Are we inevitably going to be their salvation as people later on? Is that what He wants? Does He want us to do that? I'll do whatever Christ wants me to do. Simple as that, And I'm not interested in taking a position just to say, hey, look, I know better. I don't know shit. But I want to do the right thing. I want to do what Christ wants me to do. And so I don't know what that is when it comes to this, Is there any more scripture that you found on this that maybe we can try and figure this out? Because right now I'm really hating Satan, and I don't want to do the wrong thing here. You know what I mean? I want to nip it in the butt right away. If that makes sense? Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean, eh? Does that make sense to you? What I'm trying to say? Like, are we actually, in the very end, going to be the fallen angels' salvation? Are we going to let Him, are we going to be the ones that come up and say, hey, Christ, by the way, I know He did all this horrible shit to us, but we're good, let Him out. Like, and He'll be happy? Like, that's what I'm wondering, like, what is the plan? You know what I mean? What does He want? That's the Father's plan, which we don't know. Oh, it's not good to speculate about His plan, but my pattern recognition tells me that in the end there will be nothing left that is not redeemed. Well, then, that would be a very loving and caring thing to do. To look. It's like this. I don't know if it's because I'm a human being, and I can always find a place in my heart for, like, the worst of the worst person, and love them, which is why I end up in situations where, I've got narcissistic people that are, scapegoating me because, love thy enemy is a thing that just happens a lot with me, right? So if I just show them more love, they'll stop doing the horrible thing. That has always been a fault of mine, right? And so right away, the idea of, being at the very end, the salvation, the voice of reason that comes and says, no, Christ, let him out, is a beautiful thing, and that makes me feel, like, it's like this. It's not fun to watch something suffer. It's not fun to know that something is suffering. When you're angry and in the heat of the moment, you may think that it's, you may feel that satisfaction of making a thing suffer, but it's honestly the only reason I'd ever want to make something that's attacking me suffer is it's just temporarily, so that they'll be afraid and they'll stop doing the thing, right? Because you just want them to stop doing the thing and to go away and learn from their mistake, right? I mean, that's basically what you want as a person. That's the only reason I want to ever teach somebody a lesson or let them have it or punch them right in the face, so they'll stop doing the dirty thing they're doing. Stop harming me, kind of, right? So I don't know. The idea of even giving the worst thing on the planet salvation is a beautiful thing. It is like almost simply like praying for your human enemy who is being manipulated by a demon, really, in reality, and praying for their lives and for their salvation, so that the demon has to loosen its grip on the person, and then the attack stops, as well as you've done something beautiful and loving, right? And you saved a soul, right? I mean, maybe that's just inherently what we're like as human beings. I don't know, right? It's the whole thing is really really confusing, but it's like, whatever the right thing is, I'm gonna do it, whatever that is, I guess. Yeah, so the idea of something suffering and being joyful about it is very temporary. There's no real satisfaction out of it. There's just maybe an initial but, and when I say pray for Satan, that looks not like at all like God, please be nice to him, he doesn't deserve it, and more like God, force this devil to bow and give you praise. Yeah, I mean, it depends on, it's the same thing. It's for the same outcome, and it's still, and if you want that outcome, it's because you've got Christ in your heart, I guess, because when you've got heart, you love, right? And you don't want anything to suffer. When the devil is working through you and he's causing anger and frustration, then you're hating, and you could destroy anything when you're being influenced, like in the moment. And we all get influenced in the moment at times, at the very least, right? So I mean, in the end though, it's still sympathy for the devil, right? Like, whether you say it as, force Satan to praise you, you're saying force him to praise you for his own benefit, because I don't want to see him suffer, because I have you in my heart and in my mind, and I can't bear the idea of seeing another thing suffer, especially when it used to be part of your family, Lord, you know what I mean? And that you guys are warring, and that you've casted him out. It breaks my heart, because it kind of does. If you think about it, it will break your heart, So again, it's like, maybe it is all about putting things right, or putting it all back together or something. But again, it's like, what does God want, right? Well, if you throw him in a pit of hell, he's not going to be able to be rebellious. If you lock him away, that stops. So it stops if you lock him up and he can't do the thing, and it stops if you get him to redeem himself and become part of God's family again, right? You're saying, Coward was saying, I was responding to him saying, less about not wanting him to suffer and more about not wanting him to be rebellious. Praying for something has absolutely no bearing on how you feel emotionally about the subject. Yeah, that's true too, right? I could see that. Like how yesterday we were talking about forgiveness. Yeah, and how hard that is. The person you have to pray for the most is the person you probably want to punch in the throat. Yeah, exactly. Because they need it, because they're being manipulated, right? And they wouldn't be causing you trouble if they weren't being manipulated by Satan. So I mean, it's like, you know, it's easy for me to go, oh, you know, let's all just stop fighting and everything will be okay again, you know? And where does that come from? Does that come from Christ? You know, it comes from somewhere. It comes from a place of sympathy and putting yourself in the enemy's shoes and going, oh God, I wouldn't want that to happen, you know, I'd want someone to save me. You know, I'd want to stop feeling and acting like this, you know, and stuff like that, right? But I mean, it's like you're a person, though. You know, it's different than, I don't know how different, but it is different. I'm not really sure. Does it come from a place of sympathy and caring and, you know, like the mind and heart of Christ? Or does it come from, you know, being manipulated into feeling that way, feeling sorry for something that you shouldn't feel sorry for, and we're just so naive that we're easily manipulated into it, right? Like where does this sympathy come from? Is it, yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, if I think about how sympathetic I can be even towards the people that hurt me the most, and I have been in the past, and it feels all, you know, when I forgive them in that, I get a good feeling like I did something good, you know, and I feel that love for that person, right? But I mean, is that Christ? Or is that something else? You know, is that, you know, the result of being manipulated? You know, is that a counterfeit feeling of joy and love and that you did something good and that you feel forgiving? Is it a counterfeit feeling of giving forgiveness? Right? It's like, how far can we be manipulated? Where does it step out of what Christ is actually like? And yeah, it's just like, but again, it's like you said, we don't know what God's plan is for everything at all. So we don't know what's up. Yeah. I mean, but again, that's where the Bible is coming in to play. It's got answers in there, right? Which I'm glad you keep pulling up. I'm sorry, I probably got you feverishly looking up stuff in the Bible for us. It's like, need answers. Yeah. And always let me know if this music is too loud, because I'm always trying to find just the right level so it's nice and even. I find that it's just, you know, I'm a musician, I wrote a bunch of music, I might as well play that in the background. Yeah, then I don't have to worry about, you know, all this other crap happening. You know? Let's see here. Set height. Oh, I know what to do. If I come in, will this work? I just bite it down here. Yeah. Probably punch in the throat. I keep reading that and laughing. Because you've heard me say that I just want to choke it so it'll stop doing the thing. Yeah. Especially the big corporations where it's like they're messing with you, but then they hide behind a wall and you can't touch them. You can't touch me. And it's just like, oh yeah? There are airplanes. I can look up your address. It's like, I will choke you. Yeah. Your disagreement is understandable when you say you think it comes from sympathy, and if there is a temptation to actually feel bad for Satan or think his punishment is unjustified, then that is bad. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Like, look, if it came to me at the very end, I would ask God to turn them back into loving angels again and take them back into to his family and stop all of this. Stop torturing them. Let everybody out of hell, rejuvenate their souls and their minds and their bodies and just put everything right again. Or right where it should be that it's never been, or whatever it is. Like, if it was up to me, I'd say all of it, cut it all out. Stop the war, done. Everybody's loved, everybody's fixed, everybody's restored. That's what I would choose. Yeah. Out of fear and confusion and trying to do the right thing, I'm trying to follow rules. I'm trying to figure out what the rules are and what God wants of us. And I know that, and out of being attacked, I'm like choosing to fight back. Like I'm in this, I realize I'm in a war that I really didn't want to be part of to begin with, It just so happens I was spawned into it, and now, I'm being called to fight back for my own soul, for my own safety, for my own, you know what I mean? And for others too, right? I will say for the majority of Christians, the advice they give is to not even think about Satan, because of all that thinking could have been about Christ instead. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. There's so many things I don't understand, that some of the stuff just seems to be almost, sometimes it seems like things are almost like it shouldn't be this way. Like, these things shouldn't be happening in the first place. You know what I mean? It's like, how did we get here? It's like it's gotten so complicated that this shouldn't even be happening to begin with. And that makes sense too, right? It's like, maybe this, again, this war should not be happening. This shouldn't have happened. These turn of events, it wasn't meant to be, but it happened, right? And it's like, now I have to, go, okay, well, it's happened. Now we're, there's nothing I can say about it. It is what it is. The milk has been spilt, and now I have to comply. And then, and almost like it was that I got the temptation about rules too. I love rules. I don't know. Almost like it would be nice to live in the Old Testament, just because that time was all about the rules, the law. Yeah, I really wish it wasn't, that this war wasn't a thing. I wish that, Satan didn't do what he did. I wish that, I didn't have to pray horrible things against these fallen angels and bring them harm as a result of their attacks on me. If I really think about it from their point of view, it's like, I'm sad that they have to go through this. It's true, I am. Now, I don't know why. Maybe it's just the way God has made us. is to have that kind of love and forgiveness, and it's just beaten out of us at some point where we stop forgiving, you know, sometimes early on in life, sometimes later. But sometimes, you know, like I have a problem with forgiveness is where I forgive and where I should just be getting out, you know what I mean? I'm quick to forgive, and it's true, I'm quick to forgive. I think a lot of people have that problem. They're the ones that get scapegoated, you know? But it's not like a healthy forgiveness is what I'm doing, is what I'm saying. I don't do a healthy forgiveness. It's at my own detriment. It's like maybe Christ wouldn't want me to forgive in that case, and I just do, and then it's my own fault and I got tricked into it, you know? Unfortunately, fortunately, we aren't under a law anymore, but a gospel. So it's even more strict. The rules are vague and complicated now. Yeah, they are, aren't they? It's true, they are. Yeah, ask anybody that's ever been, you know, messed up from somebody narcissistically abusing them, and they'll say the same thing. They're too quick and too eager to forgive and forget, because they want to show their abuser what it's like and how to act. Like they think they can fix the devil. Oh, they think they can fix the devil and show the devil how to love again, and he'll just start to love. Holy shit. Like seriously, this is like an issue that I deal with as a scapegoat. I'm quick to forgive, quick to like, here's a thing that I would usually do is I would be like, you know, it's like the person who is narcissistically attacking me, right, who would be, is like a bucket with holes and they're empty, and I just keep pouring love in, hoping that that'll fix it, but it just keeps running out. It just kind of pours out and it doesn't stay in. I keep thinking that if I just love them and show them that I trust them, that I can teach them how to love and trust back, and they'll just reciprocate, right? And this is just like an ongoing thing that a scapegoat does. Hang on a second, I'll read what you said. Too high. You know what I mean? And so it's like, and even worse, you don't just have to follow the rules, the gospel. You can't even think about breaking them, or you've already broken them. Yeah, that's true. It's just like the whole thing of like, when you think about another man's wife, you've already, you know, committed the sin, you know, which makes you really think about what does the realm of thought, you know, what goes on in there. Like, it's pretty substantial if you know, when you think about something, you've sinned, right? Now, I mean, if the thing is that can make people crazy, because then they start becoming spiritually paranoid, you know what I mean? And that can happen because it can become so overwhelming that they think that their own thoughts are going to screw them up. But the thing is, it's like, when anybody that experiences that, they gotta understand that, you know, it's like, take it easy, you know, there's still time. It's like, you make a mistake, you know, you can always recover from it, you know, especially if it's a thought mistake, right? You know, you sin, and you realize it, you can say, whoops, sorry, you know, and you know, ask God to forgive you for that sin, right? And to help you not to sin. or to help you to understand the issue better. It's it's part of growing. And the war is always until the day you die. You're always going to be at this war. It's like I heard earlier today, it's like the spirit is against the flesh, and the flesh is against the spirit. It's like they both have two different agendas, or at least needs or wants, or what they, you know what I mean, eh? Not needs and wants, but they're on different pages all the time. Yeah. And that's why you're constantly also fighting it until you die. It's like an ongoing thing. Yeah, it is. But I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, so I'm quick to forgive in a bad way, in a very bad way, where it's like I'm not doing anybody any good by forgiving them, but I want to go to that place. My heart wants me to go to that place, and it eagerly goes there. It's just like, yes. It's like, forgive. I'm just like hell bent on it. Like, this is great, I don't know what that is exactly, but it doesn't make me anyone. It doesn't make me special. It doesn't make me a good Christian. It's an issue, and it's the whole I can fix her, or I can fix him, or whatever sort of thing. A lot of people have trouble with this, and it's like a scapegoating issue. I think it's like maybe wanting to not be scapegoated so badly, or wanting, a person to change so badly that you're willing to forgive them, thinking that that'll do it. If you could just pour more love into the bucket full of holes, that's going to do the thing, right? So when I think about the idea of saying, yeah, God, forgive fallen angels and Lucifer and take them back into your family again, right? That comes from that place, that same place, as a scapegoat, right? What does that say about my experience biblically, though? What's going on there? I think a lot of people are probably wondering what that means for themselves, that experience this, most people who say they've forgiven are lying. Most people who say they have forgiven are lying. It would be really useful to have a word meaning desiring to forgive, but hasn't done so yet. Probably even more common is people giving forgiveness when there wasn't any debt for them to forgive. Like, just, oh, what? I have to think about that. Giving forgiveness when they didn't need to forgive somebody, because they didn't need to be forgiven, because they didn't do anything to be forgiven of. Well, it's not really forgiveness then, is it? Depends on how they're doing it, right? You need more context. Add more context to that last one. I think that'll be helpful for me to understand it better. Yeah, where does that whole thing come from with the scapegoat and this whole radical forgiveness thing? Like, what is going on there biblically, spiritually? What's going on there spiritually? Because it's not healthy. and I don't think it's right. I don't think it helps anything. I think it just gives the enemy a way to continue doing what it does. I don't mean the person, but I mean what's working through the person, the Leviathan. It gives the Leviathan a way to keep going, you know? It's like, oh, you're gonna let me, huh? And it's just like, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's true, you know, like a lot of people, we talk about not being able to forgive, but then there's that whole radical forgiveness thing that scapegoats do, the people who are trying to recover from, you know, narcissistic abuse do. It's we don't talk about that much. It's like it's almost like it's almost like the other end of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, does that make sense? It's like yeah. It's taken a while to actually pull myself out of that. And I don't even know if I'm, because I can find that place within my mind, within my logic, and in my heart so easily right now. I haven't even thought about it like that in so long either. You know, like, well, I've recovered from a lot of that stuff, right? Like a lot of that, and I understand it a lot more than I did before too, right? Not just through experience, but just through education. Not like some fucking wizard or anything, but I've got some education in it now. I mean, everyone experiences it all the time. And somebody says they forgive you when you didn't do anything to them. For some people, it's just about appearing kind to whoever is listening. Yeah, well, it's about yeah, then it's a lie. It's just manipulation. It's to manipulate the people around them and to demonize the person that they're saying they're forgiving. And you know what I mean? That is straight up narcissistic. That is literally the enemy. That is somebody who is narcissistically abusing somebody will do that. It's a way to reframe somebody, yeah, and to make them look good at the same time too, yeah. So for instance, you know, like if you've got a family member that's narcissistically abusing you, you know, they may be trying to make you look like a monster to get sympathy from the rest of the family. You know what I mean? Like, I've experienced that. It's like a reframe. And, you know, I've experienced that in many situations. That is a go-to thing. Remember we were talking about, you know, like, get on your own side of the stage game? You know, it's a setup to make you look like to reframe you as looking cruel. And then, you know, and then they can take that and do like, oh, I forgive you for that, you know, and it's like, what do you mean? You know, but to everybody else, they see it as, oh, look how kind this person is, and then this guy here, you know, who the person they're reframing, this guy here is terrible, right? So I mean, yeah, that's just like a narcissistic tactic, really, that you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. And you're right, we do have that problem in you know, today. It's more prevalent than anything now, you know. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you pointed it out. You really did. Yeah, you called it, man, big time. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, that's Getting scapegoated. It's the act of getting scapegoated. That's a technique. Yeah. So of course they're not forgiving you when they're doing that. They're putting on an act, and they're shaming you, and publicly shaming you, and they're putting themselves on a pedestal, and they're reframing themselves as someone that they're completely opposite from what they are, right? They're like a crocodile for real. Crocodile's tears, like sort of thing. Crocodile, like, it cries while it's eating its prey. You know what I mean? It kind of does that. Yeah. That's. I'm glad you pulled that one up. That's for sure. It's a good one. It's a good example. Okay. There is too much red in this. Not really. Here, let's do this. Let's throw some. Oh boy. Red and yellow up against each other. It looks like McDonald's. Fucking ketchup and mustard. Silly thing. That's why we're told to know them by their fruit. You can't dissect their words to know they're lying about their intentions, because intentions are all in their mind. So we can't see. What we can see that they can't hide is their fruits. Yeah, here's the thing that I found. It took a long time before my discernment got better and quicker. But if someone's gaslit me and confused me, as soon as I wake up, I know. It got to the point where it's right upon my awakening. That's when it hits me, and I go, "Oh my God, I've been played with." Oh my God, and it all comes to me. But it took a long time, but now it's like, yeah, it's either, yeah, now it's more immediate, and sometimes it's just like, wait a minute, I caught something. What is it exactly? And I have to, like, before I make any rational decisions, I have to sort of look at my discernment and try and figure it out, right? But I used to hardly ever notice right away, and it just sort of building up and going like that. But it was like, yeah, as soon as you wake up, it's like hits you. It's like, oh my God, all that happened yesterday, I know what's going on now. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's like, I haven't totally thought about it enough to talk about it properly right now, so I'm jumping around because I'm like having the realization, and I want to add to what you're talking about, but I haven't like put enough thought into it to formulate a point or anything. It reminded me of it. Yeah, discernment grew over time, and it got better over time, but there was a point where I was experiencing it as, upon waking up in the morning, that I'd realize that I was being manipulated. Yeah, but I don't even know what I want to say about it. That's it, basically. It was the stage of my discernment growing, I guess. Looked like that at one point. Yeah. I was experiencing waking up and going, holy shit. Yeah. But now it's like, now I catch it. I catch when I feel that somebody's playing around. And I'm not always 100% correct that they are, though. It takes a while, and it's like you do have to test their fruits, and you know what I mean? But a lot of times I've had experiences where they had me going, and I I knew it was a thing, but I wasn't completely 100% sure. And it kept me in that limbo state where I had to keep watching them, and then I kept going back and forth, like from, oh no, it's okay, I can trust him, to wait a minute, this is fucked, something's not right. Oh no, it's okay, I can trust him, I was wrong. No, wait. No, I was fine. No, wait. No, it's okay. No, wait. You know, it's like, and then it turns out to, holy shit, at the very end, right? And usually when it gets you really good like that, it also leaves you thinking that you were in the wrong, and then you give it enough time from getting away from them, and then it's like, oh no, I wasn't in the wrong. I have to now stop shaming myself for something because I didn't do anything wrong, and you have to actually work through it again. Yeah, I've experienced that a lot. Intuition isn't bad as long as it's ultimately informed by the fruit. Yeah, it has to be. Yeah, because I mean, otherwise you don't know what you're being intuitive of. It's like you're catching something, you know, but there's more information that needs to happen, right? Yeah, it's like, right? Hearts. Lots of hearts for you too. This is the way it goes. Yeah. He's just spamming a heart button. Is that you, or is there somebody else in here? No, that's just you. You heart spammer. Nope. Samad Hanagurchi. Hi, how's it going? Samad? That's it, I'll call you Samad. How's it going, Samad? Nice to see you. Yeah, I guess it's more. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I should take some meds. Take some old man medication. I got my vitamins in this dose, so I'll be feeling really good after this. Yeah. It's nice to see you, man. So how are you doing? I'm glad you popped in to hang out with me and Coward. We're sitting here trying to make sense out of the world as usual. I'm from India. You sure are. What time is it in India right now? Is it you heart spammer? I'm gonna spam hearts back at you. I can hit that button too, you know. Yeah, so what's happening in India right now? What's the weather like? Is it late? Is it early? I was going to say that too. I could just make a blind guess about every person I meet and be correct some of the time, but being correct isn't what matters. Yeah, that's true, right? You are. Help me. Am I? Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that we do. I need $10. Oh no! I don't know how to send you $10. I have no idea how to do that. How about if I just click the heart 10 times? Man, he says. He says banned. What do you need $10 for? He's like a pack of smokes. No. I was doing he's just. Are we having a heart spamming war? That's it. We're gonna spam hearts for the next 5 minutes until the hearts run out. We're even gonna do 100% at the same time. A couple of laughs, 100%, some more hearts. You are a niche. Aw, you're a niche. That's it, it's all hearts. The laugh, hearts, 100% all hearts with a laugh and more hearts. It's good having people from all over the world come and hang out with us. Yeah. Is that bye? See ya, Samad. Thanks for stopping and giving love. Oh, that's nice. It makes me smile, yeah. Yeah, so it's like, it's hard to tell, yeah, like, I can't remember what we were talking about. I'm just spamming hearts now. That's it. It's all hearts and spamming hearts. Yeah, about discernment and everything. It's yeah, it's a tricky thing, isn't it? It really is. A lot of times, you know, it's like you just don't want to jump the gun, and sometimes that can keep you locked into something, you know, that's abusive, because it's always going back and forth on it, you know what I mean? And it leaves the enemy loves that. It leaves the door open for that to happen. Hey, what the hell? I'm gonna put that playlist back on. I don't know why it was like just starting to play whatever at the end of the playlist. Yeah. Yeah, the uncertainty, it just makes it so much easier for Satan to get in there and continue, you know, on his mission, on his plan to, you know, confuse you and disrupt you and all the things, right? Yeah. There's a lot of problems when it comes to right away I'm starting to think about the Reddit forums for people that are trying to heal from narcissistic abuse, you know, and it's like the enemy has literally taken those forums and even created them, some of them, you know, just as a trap for them to flock to so they can be further abused. Yeah. And I was able to easily expose that to myself, you know, to the surface, just with a post that the demons could not resist responding to. It's like literally called them right out of the woodwork, and they, yeah, it was like they freaked right out. It was crazy. It was a very manipulative post I did for that reason. But it wasn't. It was mostly. It was a lot of truth, and it was a snare a snare for the enemy, basically, one that they couldn't help but respond to and fall into. I had even one of them say, "You wish I would have read all this," and then they said all the things that I said they were gonna say. Yeah, it was really crazy. Yeah, it's like they were just tripping balls, man. They were not happy with me, and they even got the post removed. Yeah, it was nuts. It was like, yeah, it revealed a lot to me. It really did. So I mean, yeah, these places that are supposed to be, you know, I guess not a safe space in the way that we've been hearing it. You know, the word safe space now is sort of a dirty, manipulative term now, because you know how it's been, you know, seen as what we think of a safe space as now, because of everything that went down, right? But I mean, it's supposed to be a place that, you know, people who are healing from narcissistic abuse can come together and, you know, and help each other through these things, right? But they're being invaded, and it's a huge problem. It really is. Yeah, I don't know why I thought about it. I guess because I'm thinking a lot about people that are trying to heal from this type of stuff lately. I seen a girl on Instagram just today, and she was saying, she was in tears, and she was asking, do people with BPD, like borderline personality disorder, does it ever get better? She was just so upset. She was just like, seeing herself as something horrible, right? And it broke my heart, and I just went in there and I said the truth. I said, yeah, it does get better. Because here's the thing, is our brain locks up our traumatic memories as they happen, right? Because, we're not ready to deal with it. Like, this is just what happens with human beings, period. Like, it's like this. If you have a traumatic experience when you're younger, and you'll have lots of them as you grow up, right? You're too young to know what to do with it. So your brain locks it up, and it's like amnesia in a sense, right? It locks it away. And until you're like old enough to be able to unpack that. And that's usually around 40 years old. When you turn, that's why you always hear the thing, when you hit 40, all those traumas start coming back. You start remembering it. It's because, now you're an adult and you've got enough under your belt that, it's time to start unpacking that. And so the memories start to come back a little bit at a time, and it get, a little bit at a time, so that you can start to try and deal with it as an adult. And that's when you can start actually making sense out of it, and in a sense kind of healing, starting to heal, right? And so I mentioned that. I said, look, it's going to get better. It may seem fucked right now, and I said, but all those things that you're saying, that you're thinking yourself, all those things that are popping in your head, those are all lies. It's all lies. I said, look, God will heal you. Just reach out to him. Jesus Christ loves you so much. I said, I didn't want to make her spiritually paranoid, so I didn't start getting into it about the enemy. I could have went for it and just dropped a big truth bomb on her, but I was just like, I have to be careful, because I think it's enough just to get her to hopefully at least think of the idea of God being there for her as a start. But if I would have went to town, it would have just made it worse than better. You know what I mean? But it's just like, it's true. Like, a lot of times people with borderline personality disorder, they do heal. When you get older, you do. Because, again, all those traumas, all those memories start getting unlocked, and that's when you're able to start dealing with it, eh? But it's like super amnesia when you've got experiencing symptoms of borderline personality disorder. And a lot of times borderline personality disorder, it could look like that, but it turns out that it's like just a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Just like they call it complex post-traumatic stress disorder, because it's multiple traumas, right? It's not like shell shock, one incident, and then you start to re-experience it all the time. It's like multiple things, right? And that can look exactly like borderline personality disorder, but it's not. And the difference is the dissociation. You know what I mean? When you've got borderline personality disorder, you'll dissociate to the point where you're not even there. It just looks like the person is stuck in a daydream as they're talking to you, almost like on autopilot, sort of. It's that's one big difference. There's a lot of other things too, a lot of other reasons and differences too, but that's one of them. As far as like being able to see it, You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, complex post-traumatic stress disorder can be misinterpreted as borderline personality disorder, and then you don't end up getting the help that you need, because it's just looked at as, oh, it's a narcissistic person and it's the devil. You know what I mean? It's like, no, people with borderline personality disorder, they're not always narcissistically abusing you. You know what I mean? It's not always exactly like that. But the devil can get in, right? The difference is BPD means you're bad and evil, and PTSD means you're cool and battle hardened. Kind of jesting, but that is how a lot of people think of these disorders. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, everybody's looking for the devil. You know what I mean? Everybody's looking for the devil. They're always looking for the narcissist everywhere. And sometimes they don't even realize that it's in themselves. They're looking for it and they don't even know that it's actually them sometimes. That they've actually are suffering from that themselves. There's a lot of misconceptions in that. It is a spectrum of things, yeah. But I mean, it's like people with borderline personality disorder have been villainized. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's in a sense, it's like people think that that's the only place where the devil actually exists, is in NPD and BPD. That's where they think the devil is. And as long as the person has the label BPD, then they know the devil is there. And it's just not. It's just not like that. And and here's the thing, is it's so nuanced when it comes to psychological damage, right? And disorders. It's so nuanced that to this very day, psychiatrists and therapists don't always have it right. They cannot perfectly pin down what is wrong with somebody, and a lot of times they have this go-to, the go-to disorders that they'll label you as, which isn't good, because if you slap a label on something and it isn't correct, then the person doesn't benefit from it. They get worse. Yeah. And it actually even gaslights the person to believing there's something differently wrong with them, and then they can't get down to business, right? And it's just not good. Like, modern day psychology still isn't correct. They still haven't got it. They haven't got it figured out at all. They just haven't. Yeah. It's like, if you, like, I've heard Dr. Peterson say that when he was doing clinical psychology, sometimes it would take up to 6 months to a year and a half before he'd even have an idea as to what could be happening with a person. You know what I mean? And if it takes that long, from someone who's intelligent enough, that has enough, and we all know that he's got enough wherewithal to admit when he's wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like this, like, as far as I am concerned, for someone like that to say that, and then to look at other people who are quick to just throw illnesses and diagnoses around, it's like, you can see that we have a problem, because it's like, if you misdiagnose somebody, And now you could be giving them medication they don't need and making them worse, making them ill. Did you know that all of these, say like lorazepam, clonazepam, and stuff like that, they play on the same receptors in the mind as alcohol does? You know what I mean? And we all know what alcohol does to a person. It removes the soul. You know, it's a demon called a gall. The worst misconception is the idea that being abused makes you a poor thing who is very innocent and should be protected. Well, you know, my first girlfriend was abused as a child, and then while she was a teenager, her hobbies were abusing me and shooting neighborhood animals with a pellet gun. Again, it fucks you up. It really does. And these disorders, basically, you know, it gives a foothold to Satan, especially if you're medicating them. When you start medicating somebody, they're drugs. Drugs open portholes. They open doors for demons to get in. When you're doping somebody up, you're not helping them. You're locking them into a hell that they can't get out of. You know, and this is coming from someone who's been medicated. You know, someone who has been, you know, poorly diagnosed, you know, during a time of intense abuse and attacks, right? Yeah. So I mean, no, psychological medication is not good for anyone. And like I said, it's just not good. I think that we have a problem in modern day psychology, and it's harmful to people. It hurts people. It sets them back and actually gets them stuck in a place that makes it difficult and sometimes impossible for them to actually heal and get help and be helped. And you know, it's true. I'm telling you right now, it's like when I stopped smoking marijuana and vaping and gooning, those huge ones, right? And when I really started warfare praying, any residual bit of psychological issues that I had cleared up. It's all demonic attacks. Any psychological issue is Satan attacking you. It's demons attacking you. And when you stop those attacks, all of a sudden, all the psychological problems magically start to disappear. It's like, I can tell you, hands down, that is a thing, for sure. Anytime that I'm having any psychological issue, it's just an attack, and where I pray against it, it stops. And it clears up. And I start to see everything okay again, you know what I mean? The social status of a person, a mental disability / trauma swung from being shamed to being honored. Honestly can't tell which one of those is worse. You know, it's like, think about what I just said, and now think about how the devil is using this opportunity to confuse us and keep these people in that position, so that way that he can use them to harm others, right? Right? Yeah. So modern day psychology isn't good. I don't think psychology is a good thing at all. I think it's a bad thing. It always has been very bad. I think psych health medication isn't good. I think that all psychological problems are demonic strongholds on a person. I think it's all demonic. I believe it 100% now. With everything I've experienced, yeah. And I think the idea that we think that some of it is mental disability type problems and some of it is spiritual is a misconception. I think it's all spiritual, all of it. Yeah, every attack on the mind is any mental disorder. It's all an attack on the mind from the enemy. 100%. 100%. Yeah. And I guarantee, dude, all these medications are a way to just keep the person down. Yeah, and keep them in the devil's grips as the devil's plaything. 100%. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. It's a common misconception. I even read it, actually. Funny. I just remembered that. I remember reading this in this bondage breaker study guide thing, where it's like, this is all about learning how to warfare, pray, and that. Common misconceptions about spiritual bondage. Yeah, these are misconceptions. I'm going to say them, and this is what people think, and it's a misconception. So when I read this, okay? Demons were active when Christ was on earth, but their activity has subsided. That's not true. It's something that some people think. What the early church called demonic activity, we now understand to be mental illness. This is a misconception. This is what people think, but it's not true. Some problems are only psychological and some are only spiritual. That isn't true. This is a misconception that some people think, but it's not true. Christians cannot be affected by demons. This is not true. This is a misconception that some people think, but it's not true. Demonic influence is evident only in extreme or violent behavior and gross sin. That is not true. This is a misconception. This is what some people think, and it's not true. Freedom from spiritual bondage is a result of power encountered with freedom from spiritual bondage is the result of a power encounter with demonic forces. Let me read that again. Freedom from spiritual bondage is the result of a power encounter with demonic forces. This is also a misconception. This is not true. This is what some people think. Yeah. And so, and I thought this before, with all my experiences with what I've experienced, and in reading that again afterwards, it's just like, no, it's true. It's true. Those are misconceptions. Yeah, I think all psychological problems are an attack on the mind by the enemy, and when you stop the attack and when you deliver the person from that, it all stops. Yeah, 100%. ADHD definitely isn't real. There's other things that are definitely permanent. Physical deformations of the brain. Yeah, I don't know, God, I don't know, but when it comes to psychological issues like we're talking about, so like physical deformations of the brain, I don't know, man. God is miraculous. He can do things that are miraculous. You know what I mean? He's done miraculous healing, because that's what he is. He's a God. He is who he says he is, you know? Which makes you think about, you know, what does that tell you about this, you know? What does that make you think? It makes me think of a lot of things. It makes me think of, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I think of that. You know? Physical deformations of the brain causing a psychological disorder like the ones we talk about, I doesn't make sense. Except for if God is miraculous, you know, what can Satan do? Right? Physically to somebody. Has Has a physical deformation of the brain actually caused any of the mental disorders that we talk about, or that we've talked about? Right? What kind of psychological disorders does a physical deformation of the brain cause? I think that's the part that I need before we can talk about that part, you know? I think I need that bit of information so we can have a discussion, because it's missing that. It's like, what kind of psychological disorders do different deformations of the brain cause? I think, yeah. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Because otherwise I don't know what I want to say about that. I don't really have anything to say without that. Like, what kind of problems have we seen happen with any human being when there's a physical deformation of the brain? What kind of problems does that cause psychologically for people? Now, I mean, it can cause impairments, right? And stuff. But I mean, it's like anybody can be susceptible to a psychological attack from Satan, right? Whether they have an impairment or not, it wouldn't be the root cause of it, you know, of a psychological disorder, right? What I'm open to is the idea that a demon can mush your brain around and do whatever other things that hurt you. Probably. Yeah, I think you're probably right, bro, about that. That makes sense. Makes sense to me. You know, absolutely, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, most of these disorders are caused physically. Like schizophrenia is caused by reduced gray matter in the frontal lobe or something. I think that's if they figured that out by looking at many brains of people who suffer from symptoms of schizophrenia, and they've noticed similarities, right? But that's how they came to that conclusion, by noticing similarities. What is schizophrenia really? You know, we understand it as a, you know, as what we understand it as, but what is it really though? You know, because we don't really know. What do we know about it? Patterns, you know, symptoms, and a reduction of gray matter in the brain. That's all we know, really. You know, I know what schizophrenia, what I know schizophrenia as is the trait of being super annoying. Annoying to the person that's experiencing it, you mean? Oh wait, set height. Yeah. I don't think any of that changes or weakens my point at all. But it offers, you know, it also, you know, offers more, it creates more questions about more things, you know, like these are physical, some things are, you know, like we were talking about physical disorders with the brain, you know, and symptoms of schizophrenia, you know, where they're seeing things that aren't there. Maybe they're seeing in the spirit realm, you know. maybe that is a demonic attack. And the person is just being medicated about it because he's actually pointed it out over and over again that he's seeing and talking to things that aren't there. Well, maybe those are there. Maybe he's seeing in the spirit realm and someone just decided that, oh, it's schizophrenia, when maybe it wasn't. Like, that's also a possibility, you know? I try to love these people still, but it's not always easy having to carry their mental dead weight. Some things aren't meant for you to endure, you know? Sometimes it's not. And, you know, and then it's like you have no business, you know, being in that situation. You know what I mean? It's not if it's not there for you to endure, like, then it's just going to, you know, you're not meant for it, right? And it's just going to cause you anguish as a result. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think so. Okay, what do I want to do with this spot? I don't want to make it go up. I don't really want the player to go up onto this as a platform. So I'm thinking structurally I want it not to be flat, but I want the player to turn right. But this exists. You know what I can do? It's not really a waste of space. Let's try this. Let's just draw a big line right here. Let's just cut it off already, instead of confusing the player, right? Oh, hang on, let me... It's a good thing God is God and not me. Schizos are autistic would be off the menu. Oh yeah, I guess so, right? Yeah, I've talked to... there was a guy that lived not far from me that used to pop in once in a while when I'd be sitting on the porch and just sit and talk to me. And he was schizophrenic. And I asked him lots of questions. And he said at one point he was having a lot of trouble with it. He said that, he goes, right now, every time I walk past somebody, he says, they're saying, fuck you, and I can see it, and I can hear it. And he's saying, you're saying it right now, you're doing it right now, I can see you doing it. I was like, wow. I was like, because I'm actually not. And I'm like, that's fucking wild, dude. I don't know what to say. I feel like I need to, you know, alleviate that and make you trust that I don't have bad intentions. You know what I mean? But it really looks like, to him, that was reality. It was happening. It was actually happening. That he could see my mouth saying that and doing that. Yeah. I was just like, wow. That's, what do you do about that? What do you even say to that? It's incredible. I just don't know. You know? Yeah. I didn't know what to say. But I felt like I needed to make that go away somehow, or make him trust me. Imagine what he was experiencing. I don't know. Something else though, that's for sure. Yeah. But I don't know what was going on. I still think, you know, I think that it's a demonic oppression. I think it's just a form of, you know, a stage of a demonic attack, right? That's how I see it. Yeah. I think so, yeah. Like, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that is my... Yeah, it is what I think. I wonder how he's doing. course I hope he's doing alright, you know, but I do wonder, not right now, I'm like, how's the guy doing, you know? Who knows, right? He could be doing horrible or wonderful. Anything is possible. When I think of this song right now, I'm listening to it, I remember creating this. I used a 4-track. You know those tapes? The ones where you put a tape in and it splits them into 4 tracks? A little cassette one with all the hiss and everything. I had a little Dolby unit that I would use to clean it up. When the adversary attacks him, God tells Job to become like Behemoth. What is a behemoth again? I remember the behemoth being like something that's sounds like the word behemoth. You know, some big monstrous overbearing hippo mode. Oh, that's right. And when you say hippo mode, what does that mean actually? What is the actions to take if you were to go into hippo mode when against the adversary? What would that look like? So if God was like, Mark, the adversary is attacking you, go hippo mode. What was that? What does the hippo do? Is it a special way that the hippo attacks? What would that actually look like, would you say? Because hippos are pretty vicious, I hear. They can really mess you out. But I don't know why. Maybe it's just those big mouths or something. These big cabbage-eating monster mouths. Here, let's raise and lower the terrain. And create, let's make the brush size, make the brush size 10 again. And sort of just make it look mountainous. So if you're perceiving that from a distance. Focus the corners and the side here. You close your eyes and imagine a Mortal Kombat arena. You imagine you imagine a giant hungry, angry hippo on the left and an alligator on the other. Whatever the hippo does is next is your best approximation. Oh yeah, I guess they'll mess up an alligator. Right? There's some pretty big mouths and jaws there. So I guess it's like, let them have it. I guess God's saying, the enemy's attacking you, let them have it. You know, go hard. Or something. The behemoth roars, and scares all the predators, protecting the weak animals. The behemoth lives on grass, but puts fear into the most ferocious beasts of the waters, even the Leviathan. That makes sense, yeah. Man, sometimes, you know, I wish I could have much more of an effect through Jesus Christ over the Leviathan. But I hear that's God's fight and not ours. Like as if we were given authority to stomp on the heads of snakes and scorpions, except for the Leviathan. And to leave that up to God. The behemoth roars and scares all the predators, protecting the weak animals. Oh wait. Why did I read that twice? I guess it looked like it moved or something, and I looked at it again like it was a new message. Yeah. Oh wait, did I just... Oh no, it can make it through there. Okay, that's better. That makes more sense there. And then if you were to come around... Oh yeah, here's the thing. All these little divots, all these little pinches, the player can get caught in. And so I've been going along, set height. I've been going along. Oh yeah, let's make this brush a lot smaller. Take it down to like 3. So I hit control and then I click once and it grabs the height of whatever I'm hovering over and it allows me to go in there. It's a really great tool, set height. Yeah. So I've been going around here, Coward, and just kind of cleaning up these little trenches, because otherwise you're playing and you're fighting and then you back up as you're battling. Give yourself more room. Say if you're needing your gun to do the equivalent of reloading, which is basically the same amount of time it'll take to reload. We've got the gun sort of overheats, and then it needs time to cool down, right? So instead of, yeah, so it's like that. I could, do like a reload animation. I've done that with TCSR. Yeah, I've stripped down all this basic code and then rebuilt it up for lots of different projects. I really like it. I've gotten so familiar with this script that I can turn it into almost anything. Yeah, and I've created my own scripts from the ground up before too, which is really cool. But I mean, I can create my own scripts from the ground up and use these ones and do it from there, and it's much more effective to creating what I want to create. So it's just like, yeah, it's a no-brainer, you know what I mean? But I've done it right from scratch before. My first bunch of games that I've created, player movement and stuff right from scratch. Yeah, but I like modifying and stripping down and modifying the code that I use here, that I always start from. I found that I learned a lot by doing it. Yeah, it made me understand all kinds of really cool ways of creating systems and stuff like that. Yeah, I often do like taking game mechanics that Unity has already created or that other people have created, and taking a look at how they're put together. I think that it's wonderful. You get to learn how some systems are put together, how people go about creating systems, and it gives you an idea of what the engine can do and how people are utilizing the engine to create certain things. And it sort of helps you brainstorm your own way of going about it, which is the funnest. Yeah, isn't it the greatest thing when you actually come up with a solution that nobody has thought of or nobody's tried, and you want to show everybody, it's like, dude, you got to try it this way, and it's like your way is the most coolest way all of a sudden, and it is. It's like you solved the problem and you need to share it with everybody, and that's right. That's what we used to do in the drone community. It's like there'd be some sort of technical issue or problem that we'd have, say if it's weight to thrust ratio, and sometimes we can end up solving that with motors, or a combination. Like me, what I would do is, my biggest thing is I would take motors that were meant for a certain amount of cells for your battery, and you get electric speed controllers that were meant for a certain rating of the motor, and I'd mismatch them so that if you were to put it together and just fly it, it would start on fire. But what I would do is I would mismatch them, and then I'd go and I'd plug it into my laptop, because you plug it in your laptop and then you tune it. Yeah, you literally go in and you program your drone to do a thing, right? And what I would do is I'd lower the PIDs, right? Really low, like really low. Like, yeah, like the numbers usually you'd see like 20, 25, maybe 30 and stuff like that, throughout the ratios of things, right? I would lower it down to 1, 2, 1.5, like I had it cranked right down for this combination of motors, electric speed controllers, and the amount of cells in my LiPo battery, right? And by doing this, I was able to create more flight time and a higher peaking point. Like I'd be able to, like if you would do full stick deflection for your thrust, I would get much more power than you would get in any other setup. Yeah, and by lowering the PIDs as low as I could go, it made for so that the whole thing wouldn't start on fire. You know what I mean? Yeah, and it allowed me to mismatch things and everything. Yeah, and it's this. Where is it? Where is the little guy? It's this little guy right here. Hang on. This little guy right here. This little guy weighs like almost nothing. Yeah, this little guy is so lightweight, it's ridiculous. And it's so lightweight. You see, the way the drone laws work is we go by weight. You know what I mean? So sub 250 gram quadcopters are subjected to different rules than above 250 grams, right? It goes by weight, and this is really, really low weight. Yeah, and so it falls into a category of nothing. Yeah, you can fly this around in the park, you can fly this all over the place, because it's more in danger of breaking if it runs into anything than it is going to harm anything, right? And that's what you want. You want to be you don't want to be a threat. You want to go out and enjoy your hobby and fly and enjoy the gift of flight. You know what I mean? A gift. I mean, like, the experience of flight and all the things, right? But this guy has got these little motors, and this 4-in-1 of this electric speed controller aren't supposed to work together. And usually what would happen is if you were to put this combination together and just fly it, it would immediately start on fire. Yeah, but because I thought of the numbers, I thought of what it needs, and then I stuck it on a laptop and tuned it for the PIDs to be super, super low. I was able to overcome the odds, and I came up with a secret sauce that gives you the most radical flying thing you've ever experienced. This thing has got so much balls. It's fast. It's like I can get up to over 100 kilometers an hour, like just like that, from 0 to over 100 kilometers an hour. It's just like bang, that's it. You're already from nothing to you're doing over 100 kilometers an hour. And what good is that if you decide to race with your friends, right? You're gonna have a lot of power for racing on the straightaways and stuff, right? It's very agile. Me, I like freestyle flying. I like to do tricks. Yeah, wall rides and all kinds of things. Like I like to do that. Wall rides are fun. That's or diving. It's like if you go and you find like a really, really tall building, and what you do is you ascend, and then when you get to the top of the building, you turn and you line yourself up so the bottom of the quad is against the building. Yeah, and then you fly and descend. And as you're descending, it looks like you're on a roadway or a straightaway, like cruising downwards towards the street. And then you've got to just adjust your pitch to make sure that you don't hit the side of the building and bounce off, and and you fly straight down, and it looks amazing. It is a lot of fun to do. It looks wild. Yeah, it just looks wild to be like, going straight down the side of a building, inches from the side of it, right? Yeah. Wall rides are like if you were to be flying and you fly next to a building and then you turn like this and cruise sideways, really skimming across the building and then back down again. You know what I mean? It's like skateboarding, sort of. That's what this is like, this hobby. You could do like knife edges, right between a gap. Say if you got a tree that's like got a small gap in it, well, you want to shoot the gap. You want to like come up to the tree, and then you want to like do a as you're coming forward, you want to punch up just a little burnt and then turn sideways. And that means like you drop your thrust as you go through it. You kind of coast through it, and then you catch yourself again. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of things you can do, power loops, of course. Power loops around something. Or you might want to do turn like this, inverted, over something, and then back normal. Sometimes you can do things like you can go up over a tree, flip this way, do a inverted yaw spin, right? And then as you're coming down around, you can come and do like a split S as you come underneath the tree. And, like there's all these combinations of things that you can do. It's just like skateboarding. Yeah, the same kind of thing. All kinds of tricks. And what I would do is I'd use a flight simulator, and I'd practice all my tricks in the flight simulator. And then what I would do is I'd take my little quad outside, and I would find like a small park, or I would, wherever I could find. But you got to find somewhere that's not fully open, because if it's open and it's all open field, then there's nothing to do. It's all just open field. Like I would use an open field to tune my quad and test it, but then I would try and find something that would be more like parkour environment, but for quadcopters, freestyle quadcopter stuff. Skate parks are cool. There's all kinds of things. Yeah, but you want to find something with a lot of objects around. And then what we would do is we would call that close proximity freestyle, right? We'd go out and do all those things. Yeah, and it is like that. You get together with your friends, you go and find a place. Like what's really fun is like after like weekends, say you go and you find like an office park. Those are great. Yeah, because usually there's all kinds of things that you can fly. Sometimes like the buildings have a lot of different geometry to it and stuff, so you can find things to do, do power loops around and shit like that. Yeah, you'll see a lot of freestyle pilots. You'll find office parks and stuff like that to do that with. Yeah, it's a fun sport. It's technologically challenging. You come up with secret sauces. It takes a lot of thinking, a lot of learning. Hands-on, you're creating something, you're soldering, you're doing all kinds of things. Yeah, and so that's why when I say about the game dev stuff, it's like that. When you come up with a way to create a game mechanic in your own way that not only works well, that is intuitive and actually very simple, and and cost effective when it comes to the engine, you want to share it with everyone, and rightly so, and you should. you have an obligation to share your secret sauce with the community. Yeah. And so yeah, that's why yeah, that's why I understand you. You know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. Okay, I've got a secret door here. This whole doorway, I got a secret door. This helps me get to an area to test something. I can come into this area here without having to go through all this other stuff. So did you guys see how, remember I was playing through level 6? This is level 6. This is how big that level is. And by making constant turns over and over again, like this, it makes it so that the draw distance of the camera can be short. Yeah, and you don't actually see that there's things in the distance that are cut off because they're on the other side of a wall. And then using the occlusion culling, it only draws on the screen what's needed, and it allows me to create this enormous level and put it into a browser, and it lets you play all the way through it. Yeah, isn't that great? So to me, that's like the same thing as what I just showed you with that drone. It's like I came up with a secret sauce, a way around it, in order to do an optimized, optimize the engine to do a thing, right? Isn't that great? I think it's great. I love it. I think it's cool. Now, I think though, over here should be a turret. I think so. I think it's just too tame over here. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and get my turrets. Because I made a turret right here. I'm going to pull this guy out. Okay. I'm going to go into here. And let's oh yeah, this song is about Romeo and Juliet. Remember that movie came out? There's a fan video out there of this song, and it's that Romeo and Juliet movie. Yeah. Okay, so let's stick one there. Now what we got to do is we have to block it. We got to do two things. First thing we got to do is go over to the prefabs of all the shapes I created. So these shapes, all these shapes here, are what the levels are made out of. Gonna go prep for the game dev, right? Okay, sounds good, buddy. I'll go have a good stream. Yeah, go make some cool shit. So all these shapes I made are what all the levels are made out of. God bless you too, buddy. And you have a great day, great morning. Love you too, kiddo. Yeah. I said kiddo. I didn't mean it in a way that we talked about it. No, I didn't mean it that way. I just mean that I don't know. You're younger than me. I don't know. It came out. I just care. Okay, so this whole level is made up of all these shapes, and in this case, terrain as well, where you see me sort of like model and pull at and all this stuff. But yeah, everything, the elevators, like everything, it's all made out of these shapes. Yeah, and because of that, when the engine is drawing these things on the frame, it's just referring back to these shapes to reference them in order to make it happen, and it makes things run really, really smooth. I mean, that's how that guy was able to get away with creating Minecraft and having it run really smoothly and flawlessly. Same thing, you know. Let's see if I can do this. There we go. Let's actually do this. Bring it up to about here. Is that going to work? No, I don't think so. Maybe there. That should do it. Let's do this. Let's do a live chat. There we go. Okay. Let's come back to this now. Anything that you can do to give the engine an easier time with the tasks, you know, the better. Okay, so we're going to stick one of these under here first. And we're going to put this here. Right over here. And that's going to have the nav mesh is going to be on there. Now, if we were to look at this whole thing, wait, if we were to look at this, and I open up, let's say, I'm going to go and open up a window. I'm going to open up the animation window. Oh, it's way over here. Good enough, though. But as we run the animation, you'll see this goes that way. You actually won't see it do the thing. But yeah, that's weird how it looks like that. Actually, that's strange. Yeah, but it's different when it runs. That the enemy comes up, and now it's kind of a messed up thing. It was a bit of a bitch to make work. I thought it was going to actually show that, but it's because there's multiple animations. It's a bigger mechanic than just one animation, I guess. I haven't looked at it in a while, so I forgot. Okay, what I'm doing right now, I'm putting these up because I don't want the enemy to see you. But until I've opened the hatch through a trigger that you walk through, and the enemy comes up out of the hatch, that's when I want him to see you. Otherwise, he's going to be trying to shoot you while he's in there. Yeah. So you have to block his view completely. Let's see here. What is this? I can't believe there's like that there's a company right now that's like desperately trying to claim copyright on my music that we're listening to right now. You will, like, after this stream I'll go and I'll look and there'll be all these copyright claims on my music. I wonder how long before they'll stop. Like, I mean, I'm disputing them all, you know, over and over and over and over and over again. And the reason I'm playing on every stream too is that's part of it, is because I'm like, no. You want to get into this? We're getting into this. You know, because this has to stop, right? Hang on, set height. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how long till they stop and they realize that, oh, this is the artist. We have to stop claiming copyright on this shit. I don't know how long it'll take, but we're going to find out. It's not so much of an experiment as it is like get your hands off my music, but it kind of, at this point I need to see what's going to happen as well. And at the end of the day, it's like, I know I created this music. I'm like literally singing on it. I played guitar on it. It's like, this is my song. I wrote this and recorded it in my little studio years ago. can't gaslight me into thinking you own it. That would be stupid. It's like, if it comes down to it, I mean, you know, I'm the one in those videos, you know, it's like, I did create it, so I don't know. It's crazy. Copyright and people trying, yeah, I don't know. So I guess it's a company that probably went through at one point, maybe, I don't know. See, I had a guy, here's the thing. At one point, you know, I don't know. It's a long story. I don't know what to think. We're gonna find out then. Yeah. Either way, I mean, they can't keep claiming my shit for, you know, forever. And the amount of disputes that I'm going to make, sooner or later, and winning, sooner or later, YouTube's gonna like just figure it out to stop. I hope. I don't know, we'll find out. I don't know how it's going to play out, really. Never been in this position before. Probably stuff went up on Spotify at some point, and that's why this company is like doing this. Might have had something to do with it. Not quite sure. Either way, they have to stop now. It's mine. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? It's like, say for some, not like I'm gonna be monetized, but if I were to be, you know, this company would be making money off of the fact that I'm playing my own music on my live stream. Yeah. That's just doesn't even make sense at that point. Is this gonna work? It might. Okay, this actually needs to be higher up though. Yeah, so here, let's go inside this and see what's going on. That's actually really tight in there. This may be, okay, hang on. Let's grab the height of this. And let's like take it out a little bit. Just one more on each side. Just give it room to breathe. How about in this here? Maybe here too. Yeah. And over here. Like so. Okay, now we're going to lift this up. See here. What do we got? Set height. Let's go to 4. Let's see here. Nope. Maybe, hang on. Yeah, let's go to, let's take it to 5. Let's go to 4.5. 4.5. Let's try that. Let's see what it does. I like the turrets in the hatch thing. It's fun because you don't expect it, and all of a sudden, this thing comes out of nowhere, and it's like, oh shit. Yeah. I'm gonna make some flying traffic as well. I think it needs it. I really enjoy the flying traffic thing. Hang on. Yeah. I made some really cool flying traffic in TCSR. Yeah, this one we're gonna do, I think, the same and different at the same time. I might use it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna use the same technique. Let's see here. There. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so now that I got that, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go and yes, no, no. This one, yes. Okay, this one. All right, let's duplicate it. Control D. And relift it. Oh, wrong one. Do, undo. Okay, let's do this instead. Let's just go and grab one of these. Okay. Let me just see here. Let me line this up first. So I'm going to line that up. That's about right. Okay, so now let's actually add some color here. This will help me also make it make sense. Actually, yeah. Wait. Do I need to do that? Let's add some red to it for now. Okay. We just want to see. So I watched the movie Obsession finally. That was good. Good movie. Yeah. Probably not for everybody. Some people might not be healthy to watch. I guess I could see that. Like if you used to be into witchcraft or something, it might be triggering. It might mess with you. Yeah, I could see that. So I'd watch it at your own discretion. Might not be good. It's up to you though. Okay. Now. No, actually I don't need that. Okay, so what we're going to do now. We're going to make that fit. So it's still a little bit high up. So let's try this. How do we get it to go down to the right height? Let's go 4.4. Let's try that and see what that does. No. 4.3. No. 4.35. Whoops. 4.35. I bet you that'll do it. Okay, let's try this first. Let me just whip it together.
Swaying back and forth. A beautiful thing taking me away.
Might be a little low. Maybe not though.
Gentlemen,
Okay. If we go across to here. Alright. Let's try something. Let's grab, because of this, I don't like that. Let's fix it. Level. Where is it? There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, I made some of these. So that should fit. Oops. Oh! What happened there? Dude. Oh. It just took off. I was pressing the wrong button with my little finger. It screwed off on me. Okay. 412. 412. Okay. And out this way. Something like that. Here, let's throw. Is it overlapping? Sometimes. Okay, let's grab the material to throw on it. Same thing. Yeah, okay. Let's bang off a couple here. Duplicate. Oops. Duplicate. 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 There. That fixes that. Okay. And let's set this up right there. We go. Okay. Here too. There we go. Alright, that looks right. Okay, next. Here, do a save. Next thing we do now is we go and we get rid of the red. Because we're hiding it, right? You want it to pop up out of there as if it were nothing. As if it were a nice clean. There, and it looks like, now it looks like it's part of the terrain, nice and clean. As if that hole doesn't exist, as if we don't have other shapes on top of the actual terrain itself. Yeah, it looks clean, looks right. Holy smokes, I gotta pee. I can feel it. There we go. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice and clean. File. Save. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
The wounds and shards of metal tears.
Okay, I am back. Yay, I'm back. Ah. Okay. Alright, where were we? Let's do this. Okay, now that we got that, before I do any more modeling there, and forget I am going to do, is we need to be able to trigger that hatch to open. And I'd say a good time would be here. So here, let's go over to my hatch prefab that I made, turret with a hatch, and over here I've got a trigger that I created. Now let me just turn on the mesh renderer, and let's give it a let's transform this sucker. We're gonna do it like this. Oh, come on. Right. There we go. Everything has bugs. It just takes a little bit to figure out where those bugs exist. Oh, would I run, just in case I find a way to run up on the side there? We don't want, we want to make sure that we trigger that on the way through always. So this will be, yeah, so this is a collider. I made a little material that is transparent. Okay, so this one's going to lock it in place, right? And this is where we're going to stick our hatch or turret. So let's go and that's locked in place. I'm going to click on it. Click on it. Where is it? There. Okay, so it's over here in the corner. So let's grab that and drop it into here. There. Just like that. Now we got it. That's a cool thing. Once you create all your mechanics like that, and it's nicely set up, you can start building your levels and yeah, and drop them in there. There we go. So that'll open the hatch up. Let's do a quick save while we're at it. There. And have a sip of coffee. Okay. Now. Okay, so when we come out of here, oh, I know. How do we want this to work? You want to go up and then you want to know that you're turning right. Oh, I know. Let's create, let me just create a couple things here. Oh yeah, this too. Let me just fix that. What are we on? Oh, let's unlock it. Set height? Okay. Let's clean up this little pinch in here that the player can get stuck in. Alright, I think let's bring this to the corner, like so. Let's do this with it. You need to create some shapes around it that direct the player towards this opening. When we look at it, it makes sense that we gotta go in that direction there. Okay. Or actually, something like this. And like this. It's weird thinking back at what was going on in my life during this. This is alright. Fix that up later. Same thing here should happen. Yeah. Let's make it like this. Okay, then here, let's move this little guy out of the way. This here should match or meet, so.
Internal bleeding, condition critical, vital signs failing.
So yeah, we're using set height. Okay. Same thing here.
Condition critical. Vital signs. Imminent death.
Subject deceased. 1/8, 1/8, 1/8, 1/8.
Let's do that. Okay. And then like this. Okay, let's grab that. You know what I should do is this. I'm going to use a thing called bridge. And we're going to make it a little bit bigger, this first size. Shooter. Say 12 maybe. Let's make it 13. Okay, so we go click. No. Go control, click. Yeah. And then we'll just make sure this is lined up first. And let's look at the lines. Okay. Oh, wow. Let's try it. Let's see here. See what we can do. Let's use the smooth height and make the brush size a little bit bigger. Let's go like 5 or something. And oh yeah, here's smooth height. That might be exactly what we need to do to make this work. Yeah. Here, I'm gonna hit save right away, just to get that taken care of out of the way, just in case you never know. Catch this corner here. That way it's more of a ramp. Yeah. You ever see that movie Falling Down? That's what this is about. That movie was inspired. That was a crazy ass movie. Now, see that. That looks pretty good. Let me try this here though. I found that it needs to be it's actually kind of nice. Just to take the bump out of the little one. Maybe too much. Hang on. Yeah, something like that looks right. Do another save real quick. Now. Let's do this. Let's go. Yeah, raise and lower. Let's change the brush size to like 4. Okay, and let's try. Oh, I know. again, we want to direct the player specifically in a direction. So let's go now, set height, grab that high spot. Let's pick that up. Whoops. Jeez. Pick that up like so. Does it feel like a drop rather than that? Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let's adjust the height. Let's take it up to 7. Yeah. Huh. I can't wait till, like, after using these terrain tools as much as I am, putting all the time into it, it'll be interesting to actually build a nice outdoor level with grass and trees and all this stuff in another project. It's because I'm learning so much about this and get some skills up and happening. Also, okay, we want to raise this up to about 9 at this point. And so, yeah, everything you've been hearing on this live stream is my own music. And if you're interested in knowing where the hell to hear it, let me know. I'll show you where to go. You can listen to it free. Okay. Okay, so that's like there. You know, we gotta get that out of there. This little divot has to go. You want to create a trap for the player to accidentally fall into and get caught. If that makes any sense. Okay. It's crazy, even though it's guitar, it sounds like trumpets in the background, like brass. And it's not, it's just octaves. Okay, now let's take this up to 10. And let's create some variation in height. Just to break it up so it's not so... Yeah. I can see that working. Okay, let's fix this. The rest of it I could see leaving, that'd be alright. You know, save. $7:35. I don't think I've been streaming for very long, probably about 4 hours. Oh, not even. Only 3:46, almost 4 hours. That's a nothing It's nothing. I usually do like almost 8, sometimes 8. Okay. So now I also want this to be a bit uneven. Just to make it a little less perfectly uniform. Something like maybe. Huh, maybe something like that. This ledge doesn't even need to be... Well, I guess so. Whoa. Get out of there. Okay, do another save here. I feel like I just need to do some constant saves just in case. Okay, you need some color in here. So let's do that. Let's go and get a floor thing. That's not it. Oh, right here. Let's go get that. Let's see this. Let's first line it up. Let's add some color. Let's do the yellow. If you're wondering about the colors, and sort of objects. Yeah, how did I put them? Materials. I'm going for that. You know that movie Tron? Yeah, I'm going for that aesthetic. Making it look like an old school video game type thing. Like wireframe, you know what I mean? Like everything's wireframe looking, they're glowing. Yeah, that's what I'm shooting for. Okay, let's see, is there enough room? Yeah. Okay. Now. Now, let's see here. Now, let's just do a... Okay. Now let's duplicate it. Duplicate it again. Now, we just need to reuse our raise and lower terrain. And just kind of hold down the control and adjustments here and there. That's all we need. Something like that. Actually, that worked out really well. happened real smooth. Like, I did not expect that to go so cleanly. Let's do another save. Yeah. Oh! Almost 8 o'clock. Usually 8 o'clock I cut it and I go and we get something to eat and stuff, but it's still, I started the stream later, so. Not yet, so I won't cut it yet. I'm not, like, tired and shit. It's crazy. I go to bed really early and I start my day like 1 o'clock in the morning. Like that early. Yeah. I'm on here, I'm like trying to catch the night owls, right? But sometimes I do, I catch a few, but mostly it's like everybody's sleeping. And it didn't go as planned. But kind of. Oops, didn't work. Let's just smooth that out here. Maybe that'll do the thing. No? Maybe. There we go. You know, it's a little bit buried. At least it's not, there's no lip to it. I know, we'll try and drop it some more, just see. It might be alright. I think it is. Okay, and then when we get over here, we want to turn the corner. So let's emphasize that as well. Let's do, again, let's go to these. And let's add right away, let's get into the color. Where is it? Materials. Okay. Okay. Now duplicate it. Duplicate it. Duplicate it. Like so. It's like the yellow brick road. Yeah, let's make it narrow. Let's take this. Something like that, that should make sense. Yeah. Let's just see from over here. Oh. Itchy. Itchy. Oh. Okay. Duplicate it. Just keep it going this way. Actually, let's bring it right over to... Wait. 1, 2, 3. Here. Same thing. There. Now, let's do a raising lower terrain. Oh, we're already on there. Let's raise, lower, raise. Raise this if you match it. See it right there. Nice. Other side. This is a fun level to make. That's what I'm finding. Just because it's so big, there's so much room to like create something a little different at each corner, each bend. And sometimes the funnest spots aren't even what you'd expect to be fun. Until you get there, you're like, oh, this is freaking cool. And it just so happens to be something that was just a, you know, a normal turn or something that you made and never really thought about it. And after it's like, wow, cool. Whoa. Something like that. Okay, so now, yeah, you can see a path forming then. So you see that up further up there, it tells you where you're going to be leading yourself to. Lead it out this way. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I wanted to do that. What else when you come out of here? Doesn't seem quite balanced. Here, let's take this enemy out of there. I think that you should be here. You should all be closer and ready to go. Maybe. I don't know, let's see. Something like that. I'm thinking. I almost feel like I should have something like this balancing it out on this side. Maybe. What if I had like a structure with ooh, I know. I got an idea. Okay, let's do this. Let's grab these. Grab a couple of these. Let's duplicate that. Yeah, it should duplicate. Oops. Here. Same thing here. Down here. There. Let's duplicate it. Right? Okay. Let's catch all of these. Duplicate that. Okay. Now let's get all of these. So. Oh, I hope I can find another cool movie to watch after all this. That would just be great. Can I make sure down? Yeah. And duplicate that. Nope. Here, let's actually figure out where we're going to put these. Duplicate. 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 Like this. And then, let's see. Okay, now let's do this. Let's take these. First, just line them up. Right. What's it doing? Is it playing through the playlist or not? It's not. It's just like taking off in its own accord. Don't want that. Okay. Now that it's all lined up, see this, right? Just duplicate it. Let's bring it like this. Is it gonna work? See that. Okay. Make it here. And this. And fill in the other side in a minute. Another one. This. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's delete those. Okay. this. First guy out. Drag that out to here. No, drag it out to here. Okay, you see the problem. It's not completely in line with that. That's okay. Here's what we're going to do. We'll do this. Yeah, right, it's not going to work like that. How did it get so... Oh, I guess it's my own fault. Okay, okay. Let's just drop a half one in here. Give it a 90 degrees. Oh my god, what a pain in the ass this is. As if it's so out of whack, right? It's okay, it is what it is. And then copy that. Paste that. And let's go over to our materials. Whatever, for now. This should be enough to make this make sense a little bit. Here, let me save. This is actually really bugging me. 'Cause this whole wall system is like shoved over in the wrong direction. If I can just fix that, it would make things a lot better. Yeah. Oh boy, it's going to be a selecting nightmare though. It'll be worth it though. Oops. This is why it's a nightmare. Because usually what happens is it tries to select other things in the scene. Yeah, let's be very checking where we're at. Whoop. Well. Yeah. Okay. Whoops. What do I do there? Man, I'm really hungry. I feel it, boy. Maybe this is a good angle to like select. There's less objects on the other side. Holy cow, this goes really high up. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, this is a lot. This is a lot. Oh, and then it connects into here. Oh yeah, we're just gonna leave this. Screw that. Yeah, it is what it is. Shit. Okay, so you're safe. And then where are we at here for time? 8 o'clock. Oh shit, there's someone in the chat. Dean, how's it going, man? Good morning, bro. Just tried Zip Zap. Pretty dope, man. You just try it? No way. Oh, cool, dude. No way. That's awesome. Thanks, man. Oh, that's funny. Sorry I didn't see you in there. Yeah, that's my fault. I apologize. So, you having a good morning or what? Zip Zap. What a name. Should I rename it? You got any name ideas? Or should I actually stick to this crazy name? It's sort of a very simple, strange thing. You good, bro? I see you locked in. Yeah, I am. Yeah, bro, having a good morning. What's your PC build? Is it Ryzen? Here, let me check. I'll find out right away. Wait, that's not it. What have I got? System about yeah, I got an AMD Ryzen 5 5600G with Radeon graphics times 12. Yeah, 32 gigs of memory. Yeah. Hardware model is a MicroStar International Co. Ltd MS 7256. Yeah. That's what I got. And since I'm running Ubuntu, I don't really have proper drivers for the GPU, the integrated GPU, so kind of hinders things a bit. But yeah, what do you got? Ah, hearts, TAT, bro. What kind of, yeah, there you go, I can do that too. What do you got for your build? Samad, I am back. Yay, you're back. You guys are awesome. Yeah, what kind of PC build are you running? How did ZipZap run for you? Was it pretty good, like for performance wise and stuff? Oh, well, where'd you find the link to it? Did you just find it in like my YouTube links? I've got it hosted on 2 different sites. Yeah, I got it hosted on Unity's Play website, and I've got it hosted on my on a website I created myself. It's nice. I started on RTX 4060 with a 5600X, but my new PC is a 5070. No way. 32 gigabyte RAM Ryzen 7 7800 times 3D. No way. And yeah, for my YouTube links, no way. Cool. Well, then you're running a Ryzen as well. No way. Yeah, it's like kind of a, I can't remember how much I paid for it. I'm sort of budget. Ashia, hi. How's it going? Yeah, buddy. Yeah. The Ryzen 5 and the Ryzen 7. That's the way. I know, right? It's budget. Budget, and I need budget because I'm not like, yeah. I need budget stuff. That's why I gotta, it's the way it rolls, yeah. Oh my god, I've been eating these like crazy. I got 2 left, I'll save them. Yeah. Yeah, so look how big this freaking level 6 is. Like, you've seen how your level, the level 1 started. This is level 6. Each level gets bigger and crazier as we go. And if you're wondering what's up, it's like every little section. Here, I'll zoom in. Yeah, so that's how big this freaking level is. It just goes on and on. Yeah. I know, right? And it actually runs in the browser. Believe it or not. Yeah, that's level 6. The first level is like really small. It kind of gets introduced to some of the mechanics. As you keep going through, it gets crazier and crazier. Yeah, it gets wilder. Yeah. So after this level, I'm not sure what I'm going to build yet. We'll find out. It is, isn't it? Super girthy map. I played through it all the way through already, so it works too. Yeah. Now I'm just going in and kind of fixing things up and adding more. I gotta make sure that every inch of it is taken care of so it makes sense. Okay, stop. Stop eating those, Mark. Put it down. Yeah. So let's see here. Where was I? So after coming out of this section here, where is it? After coming out of here, go through this door, and then it leads you out to the come on. There we go. It leads you out to the outside. Okay, you know what I think this needs? It needs another. I know what it needs. I know what it needs. I know what it needs. I'm going to do this with it. Like this. Let's take these. See, now that I've created all these mechanics and these pieces and parts to build everything with, it's a matter of like learning how to make stuff that's fun. And it's kind of an exciting place to finally be at. That's all I gotta say for sure. Okay, let's duplicate that and bring out one more. Okay, now let's go. I got more shapes that I created. So we're just continuously using reusing the same shapes over and over again. And because of that, the engine is running really smoothly, and it's quite happy with it. Yeah, another reason why it's running good in the browser is that and I'm not using lights, not using shadows. Everything has been made up of emissive materials and low polygon shapes. Yeah, and that way, you know, I'm saving all those resources literally. Okay, so let's take these, let's bring them in to, oh yeah, this is gonna need to either, these need to come down. Let's bring it over to here. Let's grab all these. Let's grab this. Do that with it. Man, I'm not lining these up very nicely. That's okay, hang on. Let's just duplicate these over here. Let's put them in the center. Let's take all of this, all of these. Let's drop it down. And let's see here. So these, let's add actually another one of these suckers in. Oh, yeah, let's do this. Let's give it a 90 degree. Like so. Yeah, maybe let's try that. Oh, that looks so wrong and so right at the same time. Let's do a minus 90. Look at that. Lining it up. It's just so like off kilter, it's terrible. It's like, it should be a crime how off kilter this is. Oh no! Okay, hang on. This needs to go here already. Bring that over to here. It's like I'm in a situation where I had built things off like the, you know, out of whack, and now I'm stuck with it. Yeah, because it's this wall right here that's caused the problem. I don't have it in line with the rest, and I was gonna select them all, every piece, and then I realized it was perfectly connected to some of this stuff, and I was like, yeah, right. That's just gonna like throw off the whole game, so I was just like, yeah, I'll deal with it. Yeah, it may not be perfectly lined up the way I'd want it, you know, as far as, because I'm trying to do like Tron, you know what I mean? Like the whole wireframe glowing sort of thing. To give it an old school sort of, oh, what do you call it? An old school arcade look to it. You know what I mean? So I wanted this game to be nothing but gameplay. Like just go in and just game loop over and over again, shooting things, and then every time you play a level, it's all about like, how fast can I finish this level this time? You know what I mean? And I find that it's just fun that way. Definitely got the Tron vibe. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. It's cool. I like it. I like doing this stuff. It's a lot of fun, isn't it? Ever done any game dev stuff? It's a lot of fun. It's a cool ass thing to do. Hey, let's move this over a little bit. Maybe we can try and line it up a little bit better. Let's grab all of this. I think there's some squares underneath too that we just can't see. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll change that. First, let's move this over. Let's grab these. Yeah, they're poking out so I can see them. Oh, almost all of it. Okay, and then actually I could probably get rid of those. Nah, we'll leave them just in case. Okay. Alright. Oops. Get on there. Get down there. There we go. What is happening here? Just wasn't lining up right. Something's not right there. Probably fine. Okay. So now we got this. Let's drag this over. Something like that. Let's take this. Let's give it a turn. Like so. Oh yeah, look at that. Line it up with this. Whoops. What did I just do? Oh, I think I hit save and duplicate at the same time. Let's save just to make sure. Okay, let's duplicate it now. Control B. I accidentally hit Control S right beside it at the same time. I don't want to crash my shit. I'm very careful. Okay, I don't want to get caught in there. So let's just duplicate this out. Save the player from themselves. Yeah, I had to go through all of this level and make sure that there was no pinches and little accidental holes in the thing that did bong rip time. Oh buddy, you know it. Haha. Yeah, I'm still quit. Can you believe it? It's been, oh, that's not gonna fit. It's been, oh yeah, look at this. This is a problem. Unless, oh boy, how do I go about fixing this? That's awesome, bro. Right, dude, thanks, man. Yeah, I created on December 8th, I think it was. And so, it worked for me. It was what I needed it. Yeah, it's like I just needed it. Like straight up. Let's try something. Actually, let's do this. Wait. 90. Man, I am like, I watched that movie Obsession earlier, or yesterday. Yeah, after the stream. I found it online. Whoa. I found it in a place called 123 Movies. Believe it or not. Yeah, I know how to fix this now. This is perfect. Let's change this to 180. Oh, look at that. Did it just line up exactly? Almost. There. This will get rid of that little spot that the player can get caught in. And do this with it. We'll add another dimension. Yeah, it was a crazy movie. And a good one too. Yeah, I was just like, wow. That's all I could say is, wow. Oh, this has to go over here. Or does it? Yeah, it does. It's got to match. Let's do a... Oh. Oh wait, 90. Definitely keep it. Yeah, yeah, you'll love it. It's crazy, dude. I mean, if you know anybody that's used to do witchcraft or something like that, they it might, you know, let them know that it might actually be triggering and traumatizing. Yeah, I've heard that from like someone who's an ex-witch who's now Christian. Yeah, she watched it and it really bothered her. So just to let you know, yeah, just to pass that on. Yeah, 'cause you don't want something there to torment somebody's mind. Life's hard enough as it is, you know. Okay, let's do that with it. Is that about right? Yeah, that's a, or, no. Something like this, maybe. I think. Whoa. Let's do that with it. This is a crazy song. I remember when I wrote this. I was 25 years old when I wrote this. I had like one of those 8-track multi-track recorders where you use like a cassette tape. Yeah, and I created the drums and bass for this with a keyboard that had a sequencer built into it. It has like drum sounds and a bass sound. I sequenced it, threw it onto 2 tracks, threw guitars over it, vocals. I think I doubled the vocals in the chorus. I was like heavily into Sebastian Bach. I wanted to sing like him so bad. He's just like, yeah, I thought he was like just badass. You know Sebastian Bach from Skid Row? Yeah. Takes me back listening to this stuff. It really does. It's cool. Yeah, I decided, you know, it's like I want music while I'm playing, you know, like in my live stream. And I'm like, at first I was like, okay, I gotta look for music, you know. And then I'm like, what am I doing? I'm a fucking musician. I'll play my own music on stream. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, okay, that works better. Only thing is I got a company that's been trying to claim copyright on my own songs. Idiots. There must have been somebody that I went through at one point when I was putting stuff on Spotify or something years ago. Like this is like from years ago, this stuff you're hearing right now. It's from a long time ago. Yeah, I guess this should be like that. What we'll do now is let's throw in some color. Let's do let's take the red. Like so. And let's put the red across the center. It's much more interesting doing it this way. Oops. Yeah, do a quick save here. Yeah, that's pretty good. So now when you come out this doorway here, you turn left. Oh, you know what probably be even cooler looking. And this song, I actually had an old record player, and a classical, I think it was Beethoven or Bach or something, record, and I gutted the record player and hooked up a 1/4-inch cable to the needle and ran it to the 4-track. It allowed me to do this record scratching on it. It's like my first time ever trying to do that, and it worked. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to listen back to all this. It's been so long. You know, since I've ever like sat and entertained this. Oh, that looks a little better. Yeah, something like that. Let's add something to hold it up with now. That makes sense. Let's use this. Something like that. Or do I wanna? I'm thinking. Something like that, maybe. Let's bring it right into here. Something like that. Do this. There. And just copy that. Or even better. Instead of having it out in the edge, put that shit right in the middle. And go there. Maybe. Oh no. Maybe not. I like the dimension. Oh wait. Undo. Nope. It's the hardest part is it selects other things in the level. Got it. Okay, let's see here. Let's duplicate that. Wait. That's right. Wait, is there something else moving over here? No. It seems like that's all that's there. Okay. Gotta make sure I didn't select something way over there and start adjusting it. You know what I mean? It's like, because if you don't know, you don't know until later. And you're like, hey, what the fuck? How did this move? It's like, I did it. I did it. My fault. Okay. Alright, so now that looks more interesting. It looks much more interesting. Come out that door. door. You see that? Yeah. I like it. Moving forward. Over. Right. That's good. Oh, I know. I need something to bounce up that side. Do we just want to do this? Let me get a big... Wait, set height. Let's make this... Let's take this up to 10. And let's try this. So I could do that. Let's see. Yeah, let's bring it right up to there. Yeah, so 6 is actually done and works. This level 6. But I'm constantly, going to be improving it, of course, right? So that's kind of the way that's going. Okay, let's make this smaller again. Let's take this down to 4, I think. And let's have a look. So we want a nice hard edge across. Same here. Like so. Come on. Man, I can't wait. I'm gonna have some food. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go and buy a loaf of bread and some sliced cheese. And just have a bunch of cheese sandwiches again. I've been really enjoying that lately. Instead of buying like the crappy cheese slices, I've been buying like actual slices of, cheddar cheese and stuff like that. And it's actually not too bad. Tastes good. It's way better. 100 times better. Okay, I gotta fix this. I think I do. Nice, I love cheese. Do you? Yeah, me too, dude. I literally have been going and, because I only eat like maybe once a day, so I literally have been going and buying like a loaf of rye bread, like the white rye bread. And I make the whole loaf into cheese sandwiches and put it all back in the bag. And I just sit here and eat cheese sandwiches until the loaf is gone. I've been doing that, yeah. Is it enjoyable? Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love it. It's it's just like a treat or something. It's pretty good. It's a lot to eat. But when it's all you're eating, for a day, it's pretty good. Yeah, it works out not too bad. Okay, let's see. Alright, so we come over this. Yeah, that looks much more balanced out. Maybe on this side, let's do a, or what are these? These are, I think it's 5. Let's do a 5.8. Let's do a 4. And let's put one right here. Yeah, just like that. Shirt. Just to create some symmetry to it all. Or even if it's not super symmetrical, a balance. It feels like I could put another one over here. Let's put it right there. Cow. Why is it so out of whack? That works. Let's see. Okay. If you knew how many damn people have been trying to steal this song from me, you'd be like, holy shit, yeah. Like, so many people have been trying to get their hands on this music and claim it as their own. It's not even funny. From the band, all the way from the band Tall, Dark and Hammered to, you know, Alexandretta. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Thing is, I know I wrote it. And it was all like just literally the way I felt at the time. Okay. Let's see here. Nah, I don't like that. I think that instead of balancing it off closer to here, it just needs to happen over here instead. So let's see here. Let's grab that. It needs to be right here. That's where it needs to be. Just a little mound for no other reason but just to balance out the scene. Okay. Let's see what that feels like when I look at it. Yeah, that's better. That feels balanced. Feels like it's supposed to be. Not super balanced, but here's the beginning of this. Oh, fuck. Let's see. Like this. Okay, I'm gonna do a save. If you have yourself a blessed day, bro, time to lock in on some beats. Join your website too. Did you? Aw, sick, dude. That's awesome. You're gonna go lock in with some beats? Okay, buddy. Go make some cool ass songs for me to hear. Yeah, and then you gotta show them off. Yeah, I want to hear some of the cool stuff you've been creating. Share your music with us. Yeah, buddy. Okay, man. Love you, buddy. Go have fun. Okay, see you later. Oh, I love it. It's awesome. Will do, bro. Okay, well, okay, good. Actually, you could even upload it to the player there. Did you know that? You can upload your songs to the player afterwards if you want people to hear it. Yeah, the music player. That's pretty cool, eh? I think that's cool. Okay, what am I doing here? I think this needs to have another layer of madness to it. Like, what if I come out of here and right away there's, yeah, let's put a turret right here. I think so. Okay, let's find one. Let's go get my turret. Let's drop this sucker over here. Yeah, something like here. Okay, once we got that, let's see here, let's grab that height for now. Let's get the basic, whoops, it's just aggressively making a hole. That's okay, that's good. Now, once we have that, fix it like so. Yeah. And then, what we're going to do is we're going to throw in, and let's go get our
Have we seen the actual reality
sections.
of a monstrous crime? Or
Let's
merely
grab
an illusion,
these,
the product of a tortured brain?
right? Let's line that up. Okay, let's add a color to it for now. It'll help us see what we're doing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, something like this. Okay. Okay, that works. Now let's take this. Get this one. Yes. And let's drop this down. We gotta go in there. You gotta put it right underneath the feet of this guy here. In order to make it work. There. And the nav mesh is gonna go right on there. Okay. Now we've got that. So let's collect all of this. Even Mr. Turret. Yep. And now let's sync it. One more and just there. Perfect. That's perfect. Make sure that we've got that selected. Yeah. Okay. Good. Now let's take the red out of there, and let's go back down to our regular blue. That way you can't tell. And it'll just cleanly pop out of the box. Yeah. Hopefully this works out nicely, like as far as performative goes. Okay, and then now we need another trigger. So let's take another trigger and just turn on the mesh renderer. Now this sucker should come out right when we're maybe, yeah, let's do it right around here. The sooner the better. Because the speed that you're moving at, you know, you don't want it to get out of range before it shows itself and starts attacking you. You know what I mean? Okay, just, oh, we don't want that. Setting it off too early then. Something like this. Just right away. And now let's lock that in place. And we're going to put our turret right there. Let's go find him. Select him. Nope. Oops. Come on. Where is he? There he is. So we can find him. There he is. Alright, let's grab him and drag him into the slot of that script, C# script that I made. And since we're on this, we can now remove the mesh renderer so you can't see it. Let's unlock it now and then select it. Let's do a save. Okay, good. I think that's quite exciting now. It looks exciting. It does to me. Oh, you know what'd be cool? Yeah, let's stick one. Let's do this. We're gonna repeat something. These suckers. Find them. This. The fire pit and that. Let's duplicate it. Just drag it all the way over. Ooh, I know. Let's put him over here. Let's drop him on these two mounds. Would that be right? I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe it'll suck. Maybe it won't. Let's line that up. More this way. Okay, I should be able to just duplicate that now. Drag it over to here. Okay. Oh yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting looking. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Oh boy! Water. Did I save? Let's do a save. Warning, heads up, we detected audio in the stream belonging to someone else. More info. Yeah, fuck you, that's my music. What a bunch of assholes. Okay. These guys are assholes, man. They're trying to like claim my music that I'm playing right now. Bro. And they want to interrupt my stream. You detected audio. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Yeah, I've had enough of this. I have. You know what I mean? Absolutely sick and tired of this. This is my band, man. This is my music. Stop doing this to me, YouTube. You're pissing me off. You're lying. You're lying. You're saying that this music belongs to someone else. It's an outright lie. This is my band. This is my music. What you're hearing now, I wrote it. I recorded it. This is me singing on it. This is me playing guitar on it. These drums I programmed. This is mine. Stop it. Stop it. Or else. You want to harass me and tell me that this belongs to someone else? Is that what you're doing? You want to tell me that this music that I wrote and that I'm singing on right now, it belongs to someone else? No, it doesn't. This is me. This is me singing, you assholes. This is me playing guitar, you prick. This doesn't belong to someone else. It belongs to me. It's mine. Stop it. You keep claiming copyright. You keep interrupting my stream. Telling me I'm going to be banned. What are you doing? It's an outright lie. It's absolutely wrong. This is mine. You don't get to say that about my music. You don't say that music belongs. No, it doesn't. It's mine. Right now you're listening to Alexis Machine. That's me, you asshole. My name is Marc and I'm also Alexis Machine. This is my music. Stop it. Quit claiming my shit. You're pissing me off. You understand that? YouTube, do you understand that you're claiming my shit? You're really making me angry. Stop lying to me. Stop telling me that it's somebody else's. This is mine. I don't know how many times I have to like dispute this before you get it through your head. This belongs to me. You're listening to my voice. You're listening to my guitar playing. This is what you're hearing. Stop saying it's somebody else's. Do you get it? Do I have to sit here and say it for hours? Like, what do you want from me? Because you're not gonna get it. This is mine. Stop fucking lying. Got it? Stupid pricks. Erroneous or whatever the hell you want to call it. It's bullshit, man. Cut it out. Cut it out or else. Alright, watch, they're gonna try and get me for this song too. Watch, I can see it's gonna come up. Boy. I should get you for doing this. You're telling me that it belongs to someone else. What are you doing? This is mine, man. Prick. It's just pissing me off. What do you think's gonna happen if you keep pissing me off? Nothing? Shut up. You know? My music, you assholes. Bunch of lying pricks. Oh, this belongs. No, it doesn't belong to someone else. You're listening to me sing, you stupid fuck. I'm sorry, but I'm getting really pissed off. This isn't yours, it's mine. You tell me my stream might be blocked. I'm gonna punch you in the face, you know what I mean? Like, cut it out. You think nothing's gonna happen and you can just keep doing this to me? You're gonna find out real fast. You don't just come in and do that. Expect everything to be okay. Stop harassing me. Straight up. Or find out, man. Just irritating. Create something yourself and then someone tells you that it doesn't belong to you. Trying to claim it as their own. Shut the fuck up. Sorry. I keep swearing, but it's just like, come on, man. What do you expect is gonna happen? You know? Tell me it belongs to me, it belongs to someone else. You gotta penalize me for my own stuff? Dumbasses. YouTube, you're fucking stupid. Look, heads up, he says. We detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. Temporarily blocked. I'm gonna kick your ass. This is me singing, you prick. What do you want? You want me to sing along with it so you can hear it's my voice? Like, what do you want? I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. It's like, don't lie to me, you know? Yeah, I got this thing in the corner, it says this shit. It's like, warning, fuck you, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Warning, I'm giving you a warning. Cut it out or find out. Fuck. I mean, it doesn't take me much to find out where you're located. Hop on a plane and roll up. And punch you right in the face. Same with you, Songcast. It's you motherfuckers. You're telling YouTube with your little faggoty copyright claim bullshit. Fuck you, it's not yours. This is me singing. What are you gonna say? What? What are you gonna say? What? This is me, you stupid prick. Yeah, of course you're about to make me crash out. Keep telling me, warning me about my stream because of my music. Holy shit, you know? I'm sick of this. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I need to get off a stream and I need to go and dispute all this shit now. And they just won't leave me alone and I'm getting pissed off. I don't know what to do. I've got a company named Songcast that keeps trying to copyright claim my music that I wrote, that I sang on, that I played all the instruments on, that belongs to me. They're trying to say that it's not mine. They're saying, oh, they're trying to penalize me for playing my music. Like, what am I supposed to do about this? I've disputed this every live stream. There's so many live streams. I've gone in here and I've had to dispute every single copyright claim still. Yet still, they're sitting there saying the same damn thing over and over and over again. Like, what? What do you want, man? It's like, when are you going to stop? This is mine. You know? Penalize me for my own stuff. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you already. You can't just do that, man. It doesn't belong to you, it belongs to me. Songcast. Stop it. I've emailed you over and over again, and you haven't responded, and you're still letting this stupid bot trying to claim my shit, warning me. Holy cow, man. What do you think I'm gonna do to you, man? Nothing? Dude, I could look up where you are right now. What, do you think you can hide behind a wall forever and just poke around at me? What do you think? Like what? Tell me what? You know? Son of a bitch. I'm getting pissed off, man. I'm disputing it to YouTube, emailing the company. And what, they're just hiding behind a wall, not even responding? It's like, you keep trying to copyright claim my music. Dude. What do you think's gonna happen, man? What, are you just safe? Hiding behind a wall? You're making me crash out. You're pissing me off. It's like you're blatantly trying to steal from me. Warning me. Like right now, I got warnings in my stream here. Warning me, telling me shit. What do you mean, man? Like, what's it gonna take you before you respond? I'm emailing you. Respond. You're pissing off the owner. You're pissing off the artist. You're saying that you got rights to my shit. You know what I mean? Son of a bitch. I put all this effort into writing this song, into recording it. You know, I put all my blood, sweat, and tears, my energy, my emotions, everything into this. And I look over and I see warning, heads up, we've detected audio in your stream belonging to someone else. What do you mean belonging to someone else? Your stream may be temporarily blocked? What do you mean? Get your hands off my balls before I punch you in the face. What do you mean? If you plan to... I've been... Ooh! Respond to my emails, man. Because you're just pissing off the artist. You're claiming something that doesn't belong to you, man. You're asking for it. Got it? Respond to my frickin' emails. And stop this shit. I have to get off stream, man. I do. Because this is just gonna piss me off for hours. This is just pissing me off. It's like, you stupid assholes. You're listening to Alexis Machine. That's me, motherfucker. Stop saying it belongs to you. It doesn't. That's an outright lie. Cut it out. Every time. What is this? I'm dealing with automated bullshit. Automated copyright claims. Automated, you know, there's nothing that isn't automated about this website or the other ones. You're letting bots piss off the artists of this music right now. Son of a bitch. Of course I'm crashing out. You're stealing from me. You're threatening me. You're warning me about my shit. You know how fucking annoying that is? Yeah. I don't know what to say. I'm Marc. I'm your parasocial friend on the internet. And I'm also Alexis Machine, Songcast. So fuck off, Songcast. Fuck off, YouTube. Sorry. But I got people trying to cause me trouble. Anyways, peace and love, you guys. I'll catch you next stream.